In this video, I'd like to talk about data and how we get data from our user and pass that on to the server. The thing is that forms, HTML forms, are the only mechanism to do this. It allows us to get that data from our user. It also allows us to sanitize the data before it gets to the server and the database eventually. And by sanitization, what I mean is we can clean up some of this data, some of the values that the user enters by, for example, stripping off some of those extra white spaces. And we can even do things like uppercasing names if the user has to enter a first and last name. And we can even do things like formatting telephone numbers. Once we have those values in our forms, then we need to submit that form. And depending on the technology that you're using, there are several ways to submit forms. In the normal way, if it's just an HTML form that is being posted to some kind of a backend, like a PHP backend, for example, then it's as simple as a normal submit where the form tag has some kind of a PHP extension, some kind of a destination that the data needs to go to. When you hit the submit button, the data just goes to that particular form or file, a PHP file that handles it. But with JavaScript, we can target the form itself by its name or some other ID or something like that, and we can invoke the submit function on that form. Now, HTML5 does come with limited validation out of the box, meaning depending on the browser manufacturer, once you install it, you do have some validation. There's standard validation for emails, URLs, phone numbers, and dates, and things like that. You could, of course, enhance that using the pattern attribute, where it allows you, HTML allows you to enter in a certain pattern, and then the value being entered into that field will be matched against that pattern. But of course, if you want to go a little bit further, then there is JavaScript that you can use to enhance your validation. So both JavaScript and jQuery would work by first identifying the form control, then selecting the value that the user had entered into that control, and then validating that value via some code that you would write as a web developer. So typically what happens is that the form submission process is interrupted, the normal process is interrupted, the values are checked, and then submission can continue if nothing is wrong with the values. Now, if for some reason you decided to go with jQuery, then form validation is easy. There are several plugins for jQuery that make this task much simpler and easier. And these plugins mainly do this by creating rules which also come with messages. If the rule is violated by our user, then the message is shown and the user can perform corrective action. Angular, like many other frameworks of this type, would come with its own validation. So for example, in the case of Angular, there are two modalities form validation: template-based and reactive forms. For example, in a template-driven form, Angular uses HTML form validation as the basis of its enhanced form validation methods. So in other words, Angular will monitor the field for changes, then validates those new, then it validates the new value, and it gives feedback to the user. In the reactive form validation, functions are attached to the form class itself, and these functions are invoked as the user types values into these different form controls. So again, depending on the platform, the validation may work slightly differently in each case. What I wanted to show you now is an example of validation with something called a Nodejs. So with Nodejs, what we usually do is, again, look for plugins that make these tasks easier. So there is a plugin called Expressvalidator that is used with the Express plugin for Node.js itself. So Node.js is the basic framework, but there are several plugins, and Express happens to be one of the most important. So in the server file, we import the package and register it with our Express application. Then in the validator file that we write, we export functions that check form control values as they come in. Now, because validator.js is considered middleware, its functions are called before it goes on before it goes on to further processing, like in the controller method. And that controller method will then take those values and pass it on to the database. So basically, routes will give access to the form values via the request object, and the request object will be checked to see if there is a form, and then the values in those form fields will be checked. So this is the way it works with Node.js. But basically, the idea behind the forms and form validation is to make sure that whatever you send to the database is. In this video, I'd like to talk about storing data that's associated with the applications that web developers develop. Now, at one point in time, web developers really only had cookies. That was the only thing that developers had to associate any kind of storage to their applications. But cookies are very limited. They can only hold up to 4 kilobytes of storage. Whereas something like web storage, the newer HTML5 version of local storage, can store up to 5 megabytes. So the web storage API comes in 2 different flavors. There's session-based and there's also local storage. And really the main difference between the two is that session storage is more volatile, so that when the browser is closed, the data is lost. Local storage is persistent. Indexeddb is the web's replacement for something called Web SQL database. So with Indexeddb, which is similar to local storage, it stores data inside the user's browser, and Indexeddb is more powerful than local storage. And it can be used by applications that need a larger amount of data, a larger amount of space to store data. Now, these applications will obviously run more efficiently and load faster, and they can even function even if the browser is offline. Now, Cache API is not exactly accepted by all browser manufacturers as yet, but basically the idea here was to allow a service worker to cache entire websites. So all of the HTML pages, CSS, Java file, JavaScript files, etc. can be cached using the Cache API, and this makes offline functionality a little bit easier for the user. So let's talk now about the web storage API, which, as I mentioned before, comes in 2 different flavors. As you can see, both of these types of storage uses the name value pair to store data and retrieve data. So for example, in the case here, we have a last name of Doe. So we simply store that data of Doe by calling upon the local storage API .lname and then passing the value Doe to it. Now, there are some other functions that are available with local storage, things like setItem, getItem. These can be used to, again, set and retrieve values. And methodology of storing and retrieving data is the same for both local storage and session storage. Now, so a good use case for session storage, because obviously session storage is volatile, but a good use case would be, for example, storing a user's username and password while they're logging into a website. Now, on the other hand, that same user may have chosen certain settings for manipulating the website. And in that case, you would use local storage for those settings. Then we have Indexeddb, and as the name suggests, it uses an index to store and retrieve data. So Indexeddb might be a little bit faster than local storage. This type of storage also uses a key value pair, but it is not considered a fully relational type of storage. So as you can see, being an API, there are functions associated with this particular API as well. For example, there's the open method, which you can pass to it a name and a version and even some kind of a callback function once that particular storage has been established. And as you can see, there are other functions that you can call upon once you have once you have some kind of storage already established. One of the differences, though, between this and local storage, as you can see from the very last sentence on this slide, is that we can store more complex data. So the last type of storage I'd like to talk about is the Cache API, which is still in the experimental stage as of the recording of this video. But nevertheless, the Cache API is an API for storing and retrieving network requests, and of course whatever response the server sent back. The Cache API was actually created to enable service workers to cache network requests so they can provide the appropriate responses while the browser is offline. So this will allow users to work with an application even if they don't have an internet connection. But of course, the Cache API can also be used for general purpose storage. And being an API, as you can see, there are several helper methods also associated with this type of storage. So for example, there is a cache method which will store an object like a website, an entire website. And then there are other methods like put, add, and delete that developers can use to manipulate that website. So as you can see, there are more sophisticated types of storage now available for web developers. In this video, I'd like to talk about web workers. The concept behind a web worker is really interesting in that a web worker is really just a JavaScript function or collection of functions, but they run in a separate thread from the main browser window. Now, because of this architecture, what we can achieve is something called concurrency. This means that your user can continue to work with the HTML page that she started working with, but if there are any computationally heavy functions that need to be running at the same time, those can run in a separate thread in the background. So the user is not affected by the computations that have to be done using the processor. It also means that if you have a computer with a multi-core processor, then this architecture would take advantage of extra cores. Now, because of the architecture itself, it means that browser actually works with the worker. They're two separate files, and it means messages have to be passed between the two scripts. This is the only way they can communicate. Also, there are two different types of web workers, dedicated and shared. In the case of dedicated, it means that the script on the browser page that invoked the worker will continue that relationship throughout the life cycle of that particular page, in that the web worker cannot be shared with other scripts. On the other hand, if the worker is shared, if it's a shared type of web worker, then of course any script on that page can interact with that particular web worker. Let's take a look now at an example of the script that would call a web worker. We start off by establishing the web worker as an object. Then we call the add event listener on that object. And that add event listener will take two parameters. The first is the message itself, and the second is a function that deals with any return messages from the worker. Now, once you have a worker, you can start calling functions on that worker. So for example, we can post a message to start up the web worker. We can post messages to the worker to stop it from continuing its computations. And we do this, of course, with something called the post message method. So the caller script can, of course, establish the worker and then start sending messages to the worker. Now that we've established that, let's take a look at the worker itself. As you can see, the worker will listen for messages, and depending on what the message is, it will perform certain functions. Now, in this case, it's not very computationally expensive, but we're just simply posting back a message to the caller script, letting it know that the worker has started or the worker has stopped, depending on what message was sent to the worker script. But you get the idea of how to establish a web worker and how to post messages to that web worker and how the worker interacts with the This video is all about service workers. A service worker is really just another web worker. It's a specialized type of web worker. And just like a web worker, it is really just JavaScript functions. And the service worker runs in the background of the user's browser while the user is on the particular website or web page. Also, just like web workers, they do run in a separate thread. So again, this is what gives us the concurrency concept. Now, web workers can work with messages. However, with service workers, we use something called push notifications, which is just like messages, but the push notifications can be anonymous. Now, service workers are a little bit more secure than web workers, and so they will only operate over the HTTPS protocol. Service workers are fully asynchronous. They run in a separate thread, so they do not interfere with the user on the browser. So just like push notifications, a service worker is event-driven. The only difference between this type of, or the events that drive a service worker and a web worker is that in a service worker situation, the events do not have to come from the user. It could come from the browser itself. It could come from some other programmatic calls being made on the with the software that is written that is being run by the browser. Let's take a look now at the life cycle of a service worker, because it does come with its own life cycle, sort of like a separate program within the browser. So the first step is registration, and this is simply letting the browser know that a service worker file, JavaScript file, does exist, and the location of where that file is on the computer. Once registered in the page's JavaScript, the service worker will be installed by the browser, so the browser takes control at this point. And the installation is done by calling the addEventListener function on the service worker itself. The worker, once it's installed, can immediately start caching assets like HTML, CSS, and images and things like that. So that brings me to the use case for this. Why would we want to use a service worker? And one of the main use cases is that we can cause a website to completely function without an internet connection. So everything is cached. All of the JavaScript, all of the functionality of that web page can be cached using service workers. And therefore, if there's no internet connection, that website can continue to function. Nevertheless, once installation is successful, the service worker will activate and gain control over all of the pages under its scope. The page that registered the service worker, however, that page has to be reloaded in the browser. So remember, the browser is the thing that is going to actually load this service worker. So that web page must be reloaded in order for the browser to completely take effect of this service worker file. But once the service worker is activated, it can do things like fetch, it can handle message events, it can respond to network requests. In fact, it can also terminate itself in order to save memory. Let's take a look now at that kind of code might look like. So here's a service worker. There's the addEventListener. It takes two parameters. The first is the type of event that we're listening for, so we're listening for a fetch, and the second is a function that will handle whatever it is we're asking it to do. So in this case, we're asking it to look for a particular cache that we've done before, and if you find that particular cache, then return it to whatever script is calling this particular service worker. So responds with will actually wait on a promise that caches.match will produce. So caches.match will take the event request and look for that particular cache within the entire cache system of the browser. Once it finds it, it will return the cache, meaning it will return the website, all of the web pages, the CSS, HTML, everything. However, if it wasn't found, then this particular code will force the browser to go to the website and grab an initial response from that particular server. So there's the service worker in a nutshell. As you can see, most of the times it's used to cache web pages so that a particular website can function without an internet connection. In this demonstration, I'm going to talk about WebSockets. WebSockets are now part of the HTML5 specifications, so it has become integrated into HTML5. The WebSocket protocol gives us full duplex communication over just one TCP IP connection. And because of that architecture, it eliminates the need for the client, or the connected part of it, of the entire system. It eliminates the need for that client to keep checking in with the server every few seconds, or you may have heard the term heartbeat. So when a WebSocket client connects to the server, the connection is always on, and the WebSocket server can then push notifications to all of the connected clients. So being full duplex then, the client can also send messages back to the WebSocket server, as I'll demonstrate in this using this Node.js code here. So in this demonstration using Node.js, what I'm using is an npm module, the WS npm module, which handles the WebSocket communication layer, and that allows us to expose an endpoint that clients can connect to. So what you're looking at on the screen is just the bare minimum that is required for this particular server to get up and running. We first take a look at the package.json file to show you the npm module that I've loaded on. Then we'll take a look at the index.js file, which actually contains the server. After that, I'm going to show you how the client connects to the server and get messages as well as send messages. So here we see the contents of our JSON, the package.json file. As you can see, I just have one dependency, which is the npm package ws. So basically, what this is saying is give me the latest package, anything above 4.0. Let's take a look now at index.js, and that is the file that contains the entire server. So the entire server runs from line 2 to line 17 here. And the first thing that we do on line 2 is require that package. Once we have the package, we can establish a web server object that is going to be served on port 8000 in this case. Now, once we have that web server object, we can access the on method of that server and pass it two things. The first thing is the type of connection that we want to do. So in this case, it's just a connection. The next parameter in the on method is an anonymous function. Now, within the parameters of that anonymous function, you do see WS client. It just so happens that once we make that connection, once the WS server is established as an object, it will provide us with a client. We simply need to put a label on that client, which is what I'm doing here on line 5. Now, once we have that client, we have access to all of the functionality of that client. So for example, you can see send and on and things like that. There are some other methods as well. But once we have the client, then we can go ahead and send it to that client that, hey, we have a connection and everything is okay. That happens on line 6. On line 8, we are using the same client again. And in this case, we are accepting messages from the client. Once the WS client has been established, the object has been established, we can use the on method to listen for messages, and we can then pass that message on to another anonymous function on line 8. Now, because we have all of this is happening within the web server, which was established on line 5, we now have access to both the client object as well as the server object. So on line 11, we can then iterate over the server clients. In other words, all of the clients that are attached to this particular server. We can iterate through each of them and then send them back the anything that we wish. In this case, we're simply repeating the message that was sent to the server in this case. So that happens on line 14. So in order to start up this server, I would have to go to the console window and start up the service, and then I can attach a client to this server. Now I'm in the terminal window. All I have to do is start up this particular service. Again, I'm using Nodejs. Now I don't get any feedback because I wanted to keep the file simple. But it means now that this blinking server indicates that the service is active, and I can now connect any clients to that server that I just created. And for that, I'm going to use Chrome. There's a client already built in to Chrome. So here I am in Chrome, and this is something called a Simple WebSocket client. It is a plugin for Chrome, and it already has the protocol already set up in the URL section. Now, if you remember, I am using Ubuntu in this case, and the web service is always on localhost. So localhost, and if you remember, the port number was 8000. Now, once I enter that into the URL location, I can click on Open, and immediately you see that the server has responded. If you remember from the code, this is what I had coded in there for it to respond to me, to any client, I should say. Also, we can send messages to the server. So I can say something like, hello from Skillsoft. I can click on send. It will go to the server that I showed you before, and that will then repeat this sentence back out to me. So if I click on send, there you see it says hello from down here is where it says hello from Skillsoft, and it also gives me the client number that this particular client happens to be. This other hello from Skillsoft is just an automatic response from the service. So this is how simple it is using Node.js in order to create a WebSocket communication layer. In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how server-sent events work. Server-sent events use the regular HTTP connection to pass a stream of, I would say mainly updates from the server to the client. Now, in the end, everything is data, but this is a continuous stream of data that is being passed from the server to the client. So use cases obviously would be things like financial data, financial updates, stock prices, and things like that. Or maybe there's some long-running calculation that is going on, and you want to provide updates to the client based on the progress of that process. Now, unlike WebSockets, which is very similar to server-sent events, unlike WebSockets, server-sent events is really just one way, as I mentioned before, and you're not able to pass back information to the server except to make the initial request. Now, my demonstration is on an Ubuntu system, which is Linux-based, and I do have Node.js installed, and I'm going to be using Node.js, an index.js file to build my server, and then an index.html file to listen for events. So first, I'm going to show you both of these files, what they look like. Then I'll do an actual demonstration by spawning the server and then listening for events with the index.html file. So I have opened up index.js. This is the server file, and being a Node application, I do request a couple of packages from the default installation, so I didn't have to install anything additionally. This is just Node. We are creating a server on line 4, and we're listening, or that server will be listening on port 8000, as you see on line 12. Now, whenever we create a server, we do have a couple of objects that we can work with, the request and response objects. So on line 5, I am checking the request that is coming in to make sure that the client can deal with events, or the event stream in this case. If it can, then I'm going to call the sendEvent method, which I have written on line 14. We'll get to that in a moment. But before that sendEvent method is called, the else part, which is on line 7, that will run. Because what we want to do in this application is, first of all, cause an index.html file to be served from port 8000. So obviously line 6, that statement will not run because initially that will be false. The if statement on line 5 will be false. So the first thing we do is cause index.html to be served from port 8000. Then that index.html automatically will make a request to the server, and that's where line 6 is going to fire. Once that send event function occurs, then everything comes into this area down at the bottom here, starting on line 14, going to all the way to line 21. So what this says is that we will, first of all, be sending an event stream to the client. So that's what this part of the code is about. And we know that code will not fail because we did check the on line 5. We did check to make sure that the browser can handle an event stream. Once that all of that is established, then we can go ahead on line number 19 and use a set interval function of JavaScript to keep writing to the client the date and time. And this is going to happen every 2 seconds. Now that we see the server, let's take a look at the index.html file, which is going to play the role of client here. Now, because it is an event stream, we first of all have to establish some kind of a source. And in this case, we're saying that the source is on the local host, the root of localhost as it is right now, because that's where index.html will be served from. Now, once that happens, once we have a source object, we can go ahead and call the add event listener, and we can listen to messages from that particular server. Once the event stream has started, then the data in that event stream will be passed into the add event listener via the e parameter here. Once that happens, then we can access the data portion of that parameter in order to pass all of this data over to the paragraph that I have on this particular page here. Now, in order to get all of this started, I would have to start the Node application, the Node server, and then go navigate using Chrome to my index.html in order to start the process running. So let's go to my terminal first of all, and I'm going to start up my Node service. So Node index will start the server running. Now I don't get a feedback because I did not implement that part of it. So I'm going to go to Node right now because I know the service is running, and I'm going to go to localhost and then index.html, and that should show me the file. And in a moment, there you see it. So now that index.html has loaded, it has made a request to the server, and now the server is sending a stream of data to the to this index.html page, and it's doing that every 2 seconds. So that's server sent events in a nutshell. In this demonstration, I'm going to talk about layouts. How do we create columns within a major part of the web page? I'll also talk about widths and sizes and things like that. What we're looking at on the screen is a typical HTML page with all of the div tags in it. So the first thing that we would want to do then is clean this up a little bit and try to use as much semantic tags as possible. So I'm going to change some of these div tags into semantic tags, and then I'll return to the code itself. So I have changed some of the tags here, and as you can see, I've created a header. There's a header semantic tag. There's nav for navigation. I've left main as the main content because this will be the main content. However, I left the initial div tag on line 20. If you notice, the main tag, this div on line 20, is acting like a container for the main tag, as well as these 2 pairs of div tags underneath. I've also gone ahead and added in a footer, another semantic tag. Now, what I need to do with this page is to separate out this main content from these other 2 pieces here. Now, these 2 pieces, these 2 div tags, I want that to be in its own column, first of all, but then divided that column should be divided, and then we should have one row. This would represent one row, and the other div tag, pair of div tag, will represent the second row. Before I do that, I'm going to show you what this file looks like without doing any of the CSS changes. So this is what the file looks like. There's the navigation, there's our image, and this is the part down here that I'm working with in this particular video. So what I want to do is move this section over to the left. This is going to be my main content. But the health news and healthy recipes will be pushed off to the right on this side of the page, and that will be my second column within the main area. I'm going to switch back now to the code in my editor, and the first thing that I'm going to do, remember I've got my main area, this section is going to become the second column, and what I'm going to do then is I'm going to wrap up, the first thing I have to do is wrap up these two div tags into its own div tag, which I will name as aside because it happens to be a semantic tag. So let me do that now, and I'll come back to the code. Now I'm back on the code, and as you can see, I've created an aside with sections inside of it, another semantic tag. So let's take a look at this again. On line 20, I've got my main, so that's going to be the left column, and then I have my aside, which is going to be the right column. But it just so happens that inside of that aside, I have two other sections that I want to now split in two. So section 1 will be at the top, this other section will be at the bottom. So now that I have this in place, let's jump into the CSS and see how we can figure this out. Now over in the styles area, the first thing that I want to do is target that main tag. And what I want to do with that main tag is I want to float it to the left. Remember, the main tag, the pair of tags is within the main or the div tag that starts on line 20. So it's within some kind of a container. So I could, if I wanted to float this to the left, I also want to give it to, and this is key, I want to give it a width. And that is the fundamental thing to understand about creating layouts and creating columns. Now the last thing I'm going to do is not important, but I just wanted to give it a border so it looks a little bit better. The second thing I want to do, because remember we have two parts, we have the main and then we have something called aside. So I need to target that aside as well. Now because both main and aside is within, they are within a container, I can also float aside to the left. I could float it to the right if I wanted to, but most designers and developers would float to the left so that they stack up next to each other, just in case there's any kind of spacing there. Now, this is key. I have to give it a width. So that means that my container must be able to accommodate 560 plus 200. So that's an additional step that we would need to do at some point in time. Now, the rest of this is not important, but I'm just going to give it some padding on the aside so that they don't look like they're too close to the other main areas. Now, one more thing I want to do here, and I'll just copy and paste in some code, is that I need to apply the clear both to the footer tag, and that way that will help the footer tag from not jumping up into the space of these other two here. So this is not part of the discussion, but I just wanted to do that just so that the footer is away from everything else. So I'm going to save this, and I'm also going to save the HTML file. And now I'm going to jump into the HTML file itself, refresh that file, and there is the column. There are the columns that I created. So again, in the event that you need to create this type of layout, you need to wrap up everything inside of some kind of container. There are quite a few different ones that you can use, but the basic one, of course, is the div tag. Once you do that, you can float things and you can apply widths to them, and therefore you get some kind of layout that looks like this. In this demonstration, I want to talk about Flexbox, which is one of the newer features that have been added to the CSS language. In another video in this series, I did talk about floats and how we can apply floats and sizing and things like that to create particular layouts. Well, it just so happens that Flexbox make that layout much easier. The thing with floats is that they really only affect the horizontal positioning of your div tags, your components. But Flexbox gives us complete control over not only the alignment, but also the direction, the order of these different components or spaces on your page, as well as the sizes of those boxes or components. What we're looking at on the screen right now is the HTML file that I've used before. This file has a div tag on line 20 that ends on line 24. It has been given the class of container. Now within this div tag, I have two sections that I'd like to create a layout for. So I've got my main section starting on line 21 and ending on line 26, and that's going to be the main part of the page that the viewer will interact with. But over to the right side of that page, I do have a pair of aside tags, and within those aside tags, I do have two sections. So basically, what I'm going to do is take the entire container and split it into three parts: the main section on the left and the aside on the right with its two individual halves. Now, before I go into the CSS, I'd just like to open up the browser. I'm using Firefox at the moment, and just to show you what the page looks like now. So, this is not what I want to achieve. I want to have my health news and healthy recipes shifted to the right of the page, but laid out vertically on this page. So the how to participate in the program section, that's going to be my main reading area, and health news and healthy recipes will be ported over to the right side of that page because it's less important. So basically what I'm looking here for is a 70-30 split, and Flexbox allows us to do that so much easier than floats. I'm going to go back into the code now, and I am going to take a look at the CSS. I am using the Atom editor here, and I've got both files opened up, so I'll jump into the CSS right now. And as you can see, I do have an area that I'm going to start writing my code, my Flexbox code. There are some other styles on this page, and those won't be affecting this particular topic. So the first thing I'd like to do is target that line 20 on the HTML. If you remember, it does have a class of container, so I can just target that. The next thing I want to do is apply the flex property to my display, or the flex value to my display property. That alone tells the browser that I'm about to use Flexbox. Now the next line for container is not really important. I'm just applying the flex wrap to the container just in case the user were to resize the browser. Then what's going to happen is that 30% on the right side of the page will simply float down to the bottom of the main section. So this display flex is the most important line here. This tells the browser that we are using Flexbox. And I can now target the individual pieces of that container. Remember, on the left side, we've got our main. And remember, I did say within that main area, I want it to be 70% of the page. So I can just do that on line 11. Just let the CSS know that I'm using Flex, and I want it to be 70%. So my main pair of tags, my main pair of tags, will now be 70% of the container, which is on line 6. I'm going to go ahead and target, I'm also going to go ahead and add some padding to that page. Again, it's not important to the topic. It's just to make sure that the text on that page does not hit against the left or the right margins. Also, I'm going to add the side as well, and I'm going to target that as, just like I did with the main, I'm going to give it the property of flex and the value of 30%. And just these changes alone should give me a good looking page. But just like I added some padding for main, I'm also going to add some padding for a side. And I'm going to save these changes now, and I'm going to head back over to my browser to see what those changes bring. So this is what we had originally. If I refresh the page, there it is. So you see how easy it is just to apply flex and have this kind of layout. So if you ever have to do something like this, please consider Flexbox as an alternative to floats. In this video, I'd like to talk about CSS selectors. Now, of course, CSS is key to styling HTML pages, and selectors are key to CSS. CSS is what makes it possible to selectively style an individual element and completely ignore the other ones on that page. And one of the mechanisms that support this architecture is, of course, the selector. Selectors are actually patterns that developers can use to target certain elements that they wish to style. So in HTML, whenever we code an element, there are usually lots of other attributes and values and things like that we put alongside the name of the HTML tag itself. So for example, we can attach a class to a particular element. We can attach an ID, a name. These are all selectors. But what I want to focus on in this video are those attribute equal values, those attributes that we add to HTML elements. Those are not so common, but they provide excellent value when it comes to selecting things on a web page. So whenever we have an element and we have some kind of an attribute attached to that element, we can, or just simply looking or searching for that attribute, it is already a selector in itself. So for example, we might be searching for all of the classes that exist on the page. And if there is a class, then we can apply a particular style to it, or we can search for IDs, etc. Then we can search specific value that attribute has. So for example, the attribute is on the left, the value is on the right, and we can search for all of those elements that have that specific value. We can even search with a wildcard value. So for example, if an attribute exists on the page and it contains a few letters, let's say, then we can search for anything with the value that has those letters in it. Now, the wildcard value is very similar to searching for a specific value inside of a list. So, for example, we may have a particular pattern of letters that we're looking for, and we're simply searching to see if that exists. So value in a list and wildcard value are very similar. We can also search for a particular pattern that starts the value part of the attribute. So, for example, if it starts with the letter VAL, then we know that we want to select those particular elements. And there are a couple more like these, but these are the more important ones. There are some newer types of selectors. So for example, combinators. Combinators, the designer to target two or more elements that share a single parent. It allows the designer or developer to target specific columns, for example, that are part of a table. There are also pseudo-class selectors, and these are really special in that they don't really target the element itself, but what they look for, what they listen for, is the state of a particular element. For example, if the element is being hovered over, or maybe a link has already been visited. So these are the kinds of states that these selectors will target. Pseudo-element type of selectors will target items in a list, allowing the designer to focus on a specific item in that list. Even if we have 100 of them, we can focus on just one in the list. And of course, a typical example of this would be displaying data from a database. We never know how many lines there are. But with CSS, we can target, for example, the first item in that list, the last item, or somewhere in between. So my purpose of showing you this particular slide is to show you and make you aware that there are new CSS selectors appearing all the time, and that you should be In this demonstration, I'd like to show you how easy it is to style a form. As a web developer, forms are going to be a necessary part of your daily life. And what you're going to have to do is style those forms so they look neat and presentable and more professional. What we have on the page right now is our form, and we have a label, we have pairs of labels and input boxes, and they sort of go together. So for example, we have a name and the value for that name in the input box. We have a weight and the value in terms of an input box. We also have a button on the page. So the thing about this is that if we were to render this in a browser, and I'm going to open up Firefox right now, my browser, this is what it looks like. It looks like just a jumbled mass of of components on the web page. This is not very professional. The issue here then is how do we sort this out so they become so that they show as a sort of a stacked a logical stack of components, sort of like in a table. So let's deal with that now. I'm going to switch back over to the Atom editor, and the key to dealing with all of that is, of course, separating out each layer or each horizontal layer into its own component. Now, the way I'm going to do that is by applying the div tag. So for example, I'm going to apply a pair of div tags above and below the label for emp name as well as the input for emp name. So basically I've separated out my label and input box into its own component. I'll do the same thing for emp weight. I'll add a div tag above and below that so that the label and the input box is on the same sort of horizontal plane. And because I've done this for the first pair of items, the first two pairs of items, I also need to do it with the button as well. That way we sort of keep everything together. Now I'm going to save these changes. I'll switch back over to the browser just to see if there's any change. I'll refresh the browser page, and yeah, we do get some change, but it means now that we now have to apply CSS in order to style this a little bit better. But you already see some progress. So now what I'll do is I'll head back over to my Atom editor, and I'm going to jump into the style sheet that is associated with our HTML page. And over in the style sheet, the first thing that I want to do, well, I can handle this in a lot of different ways, but I'm going to target first the label, because if I head back over to the HTML page, the label will sort of set the tone for the input box that is right next to it. So in my style sheet, I can target that label, and the first thing I want to do is display that entire label as an inline block, meaning I want to cause it to appear as a block within some container. The next thing I want to do is give it a width. So it means then that within the container, the label will be only 150 pixels, nothing more, nothing less. And at the same time, I'm also going to align the text on that label to the right. It's not important for the discussion, but it does help a little bit. So I'm going to save this style sheet. I'm going to jump back into Firefox, my browser, and I'll just refresh the page, and there you see a much better rendition of our form. The only thing that's outstanding right now is the button. Our button needs to line up with our input boxes because as Firefox is rendering it, they all have this sort of like circular edges to it. So I need to make sure that my button is also in line with the first two boxes, input boxes. So for that, I'm going to jump back into my Atom editor, and within the CSS itself, let's start targeting now that button. So what I want to do with the button is, first of all, I want to give it some kind of a margin left. Now remember, the button itself is in its own container. So this margin left will be relative to that container. So by giving that button a margin left of some number, I can now push it over to the right and sort of make it line up with the components up above. Now something else I may want to do is give the button a margin top so that it does not jam up against the last label and input field that I have. So with that in place, I'll save everything. I'll jump back into my browser, refresh the browser page, and there we see our button is now off to the right a little bit. Now we can apply the same technique to the lower pair of label and input box, and therefore give it some space from the component up above. But this is the way that you would handle form styling. In this demonstration, I want to talk about @specific rules, also known as media queries. And where this come in to be important is with mobile devices. The thing is, if we have a web page, just about any mobile device can access that web page. But the viewport, the screen size that is accessing our web page, gets smaller and smaller depending on the device. We are able to detect the viewport, the size of the screen that is consuming our web page, and we can implement code, CSS code, to be able to allow our site to be displayed perhaps in a better way. I'm going to demonstrate this by looking at our web page on the screen at the moment. This is the web page that I've been using throughout this series. It's a little bit more complex now in that we have some images and links that actually go to where these particular recipes live. Now I'm on my computer, my machine, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to give focus to the Mozilla Firefox web browser, and I'm going to grab hold of the right edge of the browser, and I'm going to start shrinking the page to simulate what this page would look like on a device. Now at some point right there, what happened was the aside with the two sections in it jumped underneath the how to participate, the main part of the HTML web page. Now, in most times, this might be the behavior that you're looking for, meaning that if a tablet, for example, is viewing this web page, this is the layout they're going to see. They're not going to see the health news and healthy recipes on the right side of their screen. Now, if I go a little bit further, then we can simulate perhaps a cell phone with a very small screen. And if you notice, the menu has now shrunk down a little bit, and some of the words have shrunk as well. And all of the recipes and things like that, they all sort of line up in a vertical situation. And that might be okay for your situation. You might be okay with that. But if we wanted to control that a little bit, then that's where add specific rules and media queries come into play. So what I'm going to do now is not shrink, but expand the browser, and then jump into the code which I have in Atom. With media queries, the setup is a little bit different from the regular CSS. And the first thing that we might want to do is, first of all, use the @ sign, which is the symbol above the 2, and media next to it. And that tells the browser that we are about to use media queries. And once we do that, we create a container. So with the curly braces, we create a container. So there's a curly brace at the end of that line number 117. But within the line itself, we are designating the browser, or whichever device is using this, to look for or search for or listen for a maximum width of 700 pixels. Now, once that maximum width has been reached and the screen size is smaller than that, then what we want to have happen, well, we'll target the recipe image class first of all, and then we will tell that class to do something different. And basically what I'm saying with this code on line 119 here is I am telling the recipe image class to not display any images. So in my mind and in perhaps my company, what we have decided on is that if the viewport is less than 700 pixels, let's not show any images because it could interfere with the viewer's display on whatever device they're using. Now, I might want to add something else here. I might want to say, okay, well, let's look at the text that is accompanying these images, and let's reduce those as well. So I can target the recipe text class, and I can say, okay, take the text that you have now, but shrink it down by 20%. So with just these two changes, I'm going to jump back into the browser, and I'm going to perform the same maneuver that I did before. I'm going to grab hold of the right edge of the browser. Actually, before I do that, I have to refresh the browser, of course, so that the CSS takes effect. Now, I'm going to hold on to that right edge of the browser, and I'm going to start shrinking the browser. Notice that so far, the same behavior happened. The health news and healthy recipes jumped down to the bottom of the page underneath the main tag. Now, if I continue, but by the way, we're not at 700 pixels as yet. Now, if I continue shrinking the browser window, notice what happened. Like right about there, the images disappeared and the text has changed its size. So with media queries, I'm able to control the behavior of the page and perhaps make the experience of my user much better when they're consuming my web page on a smaller device. In this exercise, you will design a popular 3-column web page layout. Please include a page header as part of the web page. Incorporate some kind of a menu so that users can have a navigation area. Also include a page footer to display the copyright information. Now you may pause this video, attempt this exercise, and then come back to the video to see how I would complete it. I've opened up my Atom editor to show you the file that I've created. This is a file that I've used before. The only difference, of course, is that it's now a 3-column layout. So within the body tags, I've got 4 different horizontal areas, which is what the exercise had asked for. So we've got our header information with the image and other textual information that is required for that area. We've got our navigation area, and we've got our footer area that contains the copyright information. Now, I do believe the challenge for the exercise was really within the main visual area of this web page. Starting on line 20, I've got my class div tag, and if I expand that, what you're going to see is 3 sort of inner divs, and actually 2 divs and one pair of main tags. And the reason for that is that these now represent my 3 columns. So remember, with CSS, I can organize my columns in any way I wish. So if we take a look at line 21, I've created the div tag and given it an ID of left aside. Then on line 41, I've created another div tag, given that the ID of right aside. Between these two, I've got my main tags. Let's now take a look at the styles that govern these 3 main areas here. So first, we've got our left aside. I've given that a flex percentage of 25%, meaning I'd like to have that display as a column of 25% of the page. And I've given it some other paddings and things like that just to make it look nicer. Then we've got our main section, which is the main content my viewers will actually look at and read, and that's going to be 55%. Then I've got my right aside of a Flexbox or a flex property of 20% value. Again, I'm also doing paddings and some borders and things like that. So these are the 3 styles that will govern the 3 columns of my 3-column layout. So once I save all of this, let's go back into the browser itself. Let's open up the index.html in Firefox browser, and there you see the layout that I was attempting to achieve. I've got my left column, my main content area, and then my right column, which happens to be in 2 different sections. So this is a 3-column layout with my headers, navigation, and as well as the footer. In this demonstration, I'm going to demonstrate custom elements. What you're looking at on the screen is an index.html file with a lot of the familiar elements that we are familiar with, like head tags, body tags, etc. But I can actually create my own tag with the help of JavaScript. Let me demonstrate that now by going into the JavaScript file that is associated with index.html. And we are going to, I have a self-invoking function here, of course, and I'm going to start by using the class keyword and start defining a class that is going to extend the HTML element object of the JavaScript itself. And then within that, I can define what my custom element is going to look like. But before I do that, I now have to use the define method of the custom elements property of the window object. I'm going to pass to that define method the element that I'm going to create. I'm going to call it my-el, and that dash is important. It has to be there whenever you create custom elements. The next parameter, of course, is the class itself. Now, once we do that, we can go ahead and start defining the element. Now, I'm going to define my element within a callback function, meaning that whenever I use this element on the web page, this connected callback will run, and it will, in effect, create that custom tag for me. So let's define what I want to have done now in terms of the visual part of it. I basically want to have the inner HTML of my custom element have certain other elements to it. So for example, I'm going to have a couple of h2 tags in there, a pair of h2 tags with the wording that I want to use inside of my custom element. Now, this is all I need to do in order to create a custom element. If I save this file now, the JavaScript file, then switch over to my HTML file, in order for me to use this element, all I have to do is insert it into the body tag because it is a visual element. And that's it. That's all I have to do. I can save the index.html file and then attempt to open this up in the browser to see what it looks like. So that's my custom element. Now, in order to see how the browser has dealt with this element or tag, I can hit F12 on the keyboard, go to the inspector, and there's my element. It appears just like any other HTML tag on this page. And you can drill down further. And in terms of Firefox, they actually have the custom word there so that you know it is a custom element. But usually custom elements are a little bit more than just a plain old text on the page. Let's go back into the JavaScript itself, and what I want to do is add a style to this element. So I'm going to target that by using the style keyword and target the h2 within my custom element, and then I'm going to define some kind of a style for that. So for example, it's the color is going to be navy, a certain font, and I'm going to align that to the left. I'm going to save that now, then jump back into the browser itself, refresh the browser page, and you see that the custom element has taken up the style that I attempted to add to the custom element. But what about functionality? Can we do that as well? Well, of course we can. So again, I'm going to continue within the connected callback function or method, and I'm going to use the add event listener for this. And I'm going to pass two things to it. First of all, I'm going to listen to the click event. Of course, you can listen to any event you wish. Then I'm going to create an anonymous function and pass to that function maybe some text that I wanted to have alerted on the web page. So I have, within my custom element, I have created a style for it, and I've also created some functionality for it. Now, this is a very simple function here. It's just an alert. But of course, you can add more sophisticated functions to your custom elements. So with that in place, I'll jump back into Firefox, refresh the page, and now if I click on the element, the alert fires off. So in this way, you can create custom elements for your web pages. In this demonstration, I'm going to demonstrate the shadow DOM. The shadow DOM is part of web components. The other two parts of web components are custom elements and HTML imports. The shadow DOM, it encapsulates a block of code that allows that code to behave as though it's inside of its own web page. The shadow DOM is basically a regular DOM element, but it has its own inner HTML and CSS applied and does not get influenced by the rest of the web pages, CSS, etc. The shadow DOM also protects its elements from the host page scripting. A common example of the shadow DOM is when you embed a social media icon, for example, using the iframe code. Everything that is needed for that button to work is essentially embedded into that iframe. Another example is when you visit websites that show videos, all of the video controls are embedded into that part of the web page that shows the video, so you can control the video. I have opened up on the screen the Chrome browser, and there's some content on this page. I'm going to show you where this content came from. I'm going to head over to my Atom editor and show you that particular web page. So as you can see, it's a very simple HTML document. On line 6, we have a div tag with an ID of demo and some content, I love Skillsoft. I'm now going to add a shadow DOM that will, in effect, take over the content of this particular div tag on line 6. The first that I'm going to do is add some script tags, because just about everything, all of these web components do use JavaScripting. And the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to allow the host itself to be equal to the document.querySelector, and I'm going to select the ID demo on line 6. The first thing I'm going to do is create a host object. Then I'm going to create another object called root, and I'm going to use the host, but I'm going to create the shadow root using the create shadow root method on top of the host. And the next thing I'm going to do is now define what that root should look like. So on line 10, I have my root object, the inner HTML of that root object. I'm going to pass into the double quotation marks now something that I want to have appear in that demo tag. So first of all, I'm going to wrap up the content in the strong tags, and then I'm going to pass in some content that I want to have show up on the web page. So with that in place, it is really just that easy to add a shadow DOM. I'm going to save the content now. I'm going to switch back over to Chrome. This is the original content that I have there. If I refresh this page, this content should change. Not only does it change, but the style also changes. If I refresh, now you see I really love Skillsoft. Now I'm going to hit the F12 button on Chrome to show you what that shadow DOM looks like. So in the developer tools on the right hand side, I'm going to drill down into that demo div tag that I had on line 6. And notice how Chrome shows this up on the developer tools. It does say shadow root, and it does say that it's open, and it even gives me the content of the shadow root. So in this way, you can create shadow DOMs. Now I've created just a very simple one here, but of course you could include images, you can include styles, and even functionality into your shadow DOM. And with the Chrome developer tools, you can now identify where those DOMs are located, and Chrome developer tools actually helps you in the development of your shadow DOMs. In this demonstration, I'm going to discuss templates. So the advantage of using templates is that you can actually define a lot of different content. You can build your content and store it inside of a template. Then you will use JavaScript to apply that template just about anywhere you want on the web page or even in other pages. So templates are really just hiding and showing elements. But the difference between hide and show, for example, you can use jQuery to hide and show an element, or even JavaScript itself. But the advantage of using templates is that you can actually create a large amount of content, and you can then apply that content just about any place you wish. You can apply it anywhere on the page and multiple instances of it. You can create multiple instances, as well as you can create that same content on other pages. So let's start by creating a style for my template. Now my template is going to be very simple. It's just a div tag, but I am going to give it some sort of a background, a different background, so that we can see whenever I create or whenever I use this template. Now once I've done that, I'm going to use the template tags. There is a special template tag in HTML, and that is what is going to allow us to create our templates. Now, before I actually do the template, I'm going to save the changes that I've made so far, but I'm just going to show you that there really is no difference in terms of the web page itself, because remember, the entire purpose of a template is so that it is hidden until used. So this would be the rendition of the code that we have there at the moment. There's no JavaScript as yet either. Let's jump back into the item editor and continue building our template. So I've got my template tags on 14 and 15, those lines, and I'm going to now give my template an ID. I have to do this so that my JavaScript can target the template. Now once I do that, I can start building my template. Now, like I mentioned before, it is a simple div tag with some very simple content in it. So on line 15, I have a pair of div tags. But of course, this could be a table, it could be an image, it can be just about any other DOM element that you wish. So now that I have that content, I need a mechanism to show or hide the content, or at least start using the content. So for that, I'm going to use a simple button. So I've inserted a pair of button tags on line 12, and I am just going to add some content there to let the user know that they can click on this button to add a new div. I'm also going to give the button some functionality, so I've just added in the onClick event, and I'm going to point that to a function called addDiv, and that function is now going to be written in the JavaScript file that is attached to this HTML file. So line 12 is now complete with my button on it, And I'm going to switch over now to the index.js file so that I can complete this add div function. So here on the index file, index.js file, the JavaScript file, I'm going to start by, first of all, creating an object. It's my template, and I'm going to point that now to the new div. Remember that the new div is the template that we just created. So I'm going to switch back over to the index.html file and show you that new div is the template that I just built on line 15. Going back into the index file now, so now my template represents that template that I just wrote on index. Now I need something to attach this template to. So I already have normal content. Again, I'm going to switch back to the index.html file, and if we scroll down on line 20, there's normal content. It's just a simple div tag. I'm going to head back over to the JavaScript file now, and I'm going to create an object out of that normal content, that div tag. So my normal content is going to be, well, first of all, I'll grab hold of that my div, which is the normal content. Now that I have that normal content, I can create another object called cloned template. With cloned template, I'm going to take the template that I created on line 2, that object, and I'm going to access the content property of that template, and I'm also going to apply the clone node to that, the clone node method to that content. I'm going to pass the value of true into that clone node method just to signify to JavaScript that yes, I want to clone some other content on the page. Now, with all of that in place, I can take the normal content object that I created on line 3 and I can append to it. Obviously, I want to append the template that I just cloned, which was what I created on line 15 in the HTML file. So with all of this in place, I can now save both of these files, and I can open up the index.html file in a browser, just like this. And now there's my button, and there's my initial content that I showed you initially. However, if I click on Add Div, you see that the new content has started to pop in there. And I can continue doing this, and I can create as many new content as I wish. So this is how we implement templates and then use it with JavaScript. In this video, I'd like to talk about cross-origin resource sharing, something known as CORS. CORS is a browser security feature, and it prevents certain malicious code from taking place. Now, browsers make requests to other websites all the time. For example, you may have a web page that is getting an image from some other website. You may make a call to an API, for example. Or you may grab a CDN from another website and use it in your own web page. These are all cross-origin requests. But they do offer an opportunity for malicious code to take over. Now, some of these requests are normal, like for example, the image or the API call, but there are requests made with something called the XML HTTP request object, which is a JavaScript object. And those requests are considered important enough to be subject to scrutiny by the browser. Now, apart from XML HTTP requests, there are other types of requests that are subject to CORS policy, things like web fonts, WebGL, and something called the draw image, which is you would use in connection with Canvas. But these are beyond this particular video. Now I'd like to look at some of the mechanisms behind CORS. There is something called a pre-flight request. A pre-flight request is basically your code checking with the server to make sure that the server understands the protocol, the CORS protocol, and that the server is granting permission for the request that you're making. So if you're going to be sending a request, that request must be approved first on the server. And there's a wide range of REST requests and other requests that have custom HTTP headers. So for example, you might be inquiring of the server if it will allow an update request or a post request or a delete request. And you might want to check with the server before actually sending the update or the post or the delete. So this is what is called a pre-flight request. But there are some other requests though that are not subject to CORS requests. So things like, for example, if you had in your header or in your content type, something like application and then x-www form URL encoded. or multi-part form data, or text plain. These are all the values that you would insert into the content type of your header, and you would make these requests to other servers. So these are okay. Let's take a look now at Node.js and Express. These are two familiar or two popular technologies that are used to create servers and, of course, make requests. What we have in this set of code is something called a whitelist. So if on the server you happen to be site A or site B, then when you make a GET request, for example, that the COptions object is going to be checked to make sure that you are allowed to make the request that you're requesting. Once you are allowed within the COptions object, then the rest of the functionality will continue. So for example, the request, the response, and the next methods, these will all proceed because you happen to be in the whitelist. If you were not in those whitelists, then the else part of that COptions object will take over, and you will be sent back an error. So as a web developer, you need to know about CORS, and you need to be able to work with the CORS protocol. In this demonstration, I'm going to install a CSS Pre-Compiler. These pre-compilers, or CSS pre-compilers, do allow us to use things like variables, and it does have some programming features that we can apply to CSS. In this case, I am using Nodejs as my backend server, so I am going to install something called Node.Sass, which is a different flavor of SCSS, but it works well with Node and Node environments. So in my terminal window, I am going to use Node's npm to install the SCSS, or the CSS preprocessor. So in this case, it is going to be, well, I'm going to use sudo terminal window. Know that I am the administrator of this terminal. So sudo npm install. I'm going to install this application globally, but in my case, I'm using a Linux virtual machine, and it does have some security features on it that I can only get by using a flag called unsafe perm. But in your case, you may not have to apply this particular flag. Now, the main thing on this line, of course, is the Node.Sass. That's the application we're installing. So I'm going to hit the Enter key. The application will install using npm, and then I can test it out. So while I wait for this to install, I am going to pause the video. Now the installation is complete, and I am going to check that the installation was successful. If I simply run the Node Sass command, I hit the Enter key, and it will automatically ask me to provide an Css file to render. I don't have one at the moment, but by getting this message, I know that my installation is now successful. So now that I know the installation is complete, I'm going to jump into my file system where I have an actual web application, and I'm going to go into the Styles folder, and there we see an SCSS file. I'm going to provide this to the command that will turn this into regular CSS for us. So in order to do that, I'm going to jump back into the terminal window, and I'm going to provide this location. So let's start with the command Node.Sass. Then I'm going to use a flag O-O as output, and I'm telling the compiler that I want to output CSS, and it needs to know where the SCSS file is located. So it happens to be inside of a folder called styles. Now remember, my root happens to be this long name here. So inside of there's a folder called styles, and inside of that there is a styles.scss file that I need to be converted to CSS. Now that's it. That is the command. If I hit the Enter key, a few things are going to happen. First of all, it told me that it rendered a CSS file, and then it told me where that file is located. Now that may not be where I want to have the file for my application to work. So let's go back into the file system on Linux, and there is the original SCSS file. Now if I click on the root folder, notice this CSS folder was not there before. That's what the application did. If I jump into that folder, there is the styles.css. Now this is the default behavior, but this is not what I was trying to achieve. So what I want to do then is go back into the terminal window and apply a different approach. Now, before I do this, I want to, again, go back into my file system. I want to open up the skills.html file inside of a browser just to show you that this is the file that I've used before, but notice that all of the CSS has gone. I'm going to leave this open. I'm going to jump back into the terminal window now, and this time I'm going to provide the proper locations for everything. Now I'm going to use the up arrow on my keyboard to get back the command that I just wrote, but this time I'm going to change the -o part. So instead of CSS right after the -o, what I want to supply is simply the name of the folder. So STYLES, remove the last S. Now if I hit the enter key, I get the same feedback, but this time it's telling me that my CSS is now available inside of my styles folder. Now, if that actually worked, then if I were to go back into my browser and refresh the page, now you see this, all of the CSS that I've used before is now applied to the HTML document. So this is how easy it is to, first of all, install a CSS Pre-Compiler and then configure it to work in your application. In this demonstration, I'm going to use Sass to demonstrate variables, creating variables, using variables, as well as nesting. What we're looking at here is an Atom rendition of my SCSS file. It's a Sass file that is attached to my skills.html file. So in my Atom editor, what I'm going to do is I'll start developing these variables. In fact, I'll just do one just to show you an example. So what I'm going to do is let's scroll down a bit here to about line 30, where I have a background color of light gray. So you see me use the value light gray here, and further down somewhere around 80 or 85, there's also that same variable, that same value. I'm now going to create a variable to store that value in. So way up at the top of my document, I'm going to use the enter key to create a few lines there, and I'm going to start typing in or developing my variables. So to do that in Sass, what I'm going to use is a $, and then I'll name my variable. In this case, it's LG. Then I'll use a colon. After the colon, I'm going to use the value that I want to have associated with that variable. In this case, it's going to be light gray, and you see Atom, the editor, trying to help me with the spelling there. And that's it. That's all I have to do. I'll save the file now. But then further on down, wherever I used light gray, the value light gray, I'm going to replace that now with my variable called LG. So I did it once there for navigation. I'm also going to do it somewhere down here for my border bottom. I'm going to use that $LG. I'll save that. Now what I have to do is render this SCSS file into CSS. For that, I'm going to go into I'm going to open up my terminal window. So here I am in the terminal window, and I'm going to issue the command to turn that SCSS file into CSS. Now you've seen me do this before. The command is simply node-sass. -o is the output, so I'm telling the compiler or the package to create my CSS file inside of a folder called styles, and I'm passing to it that last argument there is the actual SCSS file that I just changed. Now if I hit the enter key here, it should create that CSS file for me, and if I jump back into Atom, you will now see styles.css. Let's take a look at styles.css by clicking on it, and remember it was around line 30-ish was where I did my first change. Let's see here, light gray. I think it is on line 24 in this case, because what the compiler does is it replaces or it moves the ending curly brace right up to the last line. So that reduces the number of lines in the CSS file. But nevertheless, we do have light gray. We don't see star or $LG, we see light gray. So basically what it's doing is it's rendering that LG, and there it is again, the second occurrence of that. It's rendering LG into the actual light gray, which the browser understands. Now what I want to do is demonstrate nesting. So I'm going to jump back into my SCSS file. I'm going to go up to where I have all of those navigation styles or rules. So starting on line 30, ending on about line 47. Now, the way this works is that the nav area is going to sort of take over the role of container. So I've just made some space between my last curly brace and the last line in that nav bunch of styles. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start inserting now some of the other styles. So basically, I'm nesting one style instead of another. Now, it doesn't really matter how you do this, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to, first of all, create the inner style for my list item. So I'm basically going to remove some of the code that I had before. So now my list item is nested inside of my nav tag. I'm going to do the same thing for my anchor tag. So I'll just copy and paste again. So nested inside of my nav tag, there's a list item as well as an anchor tag. But the anchor tag has some more styles associated with it. If we scroll down a bit, you'll see we've got a hover. We also have some styling for the text on that particular element. So just the anchor tag alone needs to have a couple of different styles that will style the text file. So what I did was I just cut and pasted in those two particular styles. Now I don't need this entire block of CSS down at the bottom here. Now the final style I need to nest in here is the hover style. So basically I'm going to cut from where the A starts for anchor. I'll cut that out and paste it into the nav area, and now I can remove that nav style. And let's take a look at what we have now. So now we have lines 30 to 45 that is doing the very same thing that I just showed you in a few minutes ago, in that we have our nav style starting on line 30, and everything else is nested inside of that nav sort of container. So what I'll do is I'll save this now, and I'm going to remove the CSS file that we had. Well, actually, before we remove the CSS file, let's go back into the CSS file and take a look at what it had rendered earlier without me doing any kind of nesting. So as you can see, anything related to nav was associated between lines 22 and 35, and there's a lot of different code here, a lot of blocks of code. This is going to be replaced. Or it won't be replaced, but it will just render a little bit differently. The idea here is that by nesting like this, you kind of save some time, you save some lines of code, basically. All right, so in order to render this now, I have to go back into my terminal window, run the very same command that I ran before, and it is done. I see the feedback, and now if I jump back into, let's see, jump back into Atom, go into styles, you'll see that it did render a little bit differently from what it was before. Nevertheless, if I go check the file, the HTML file now in the browser, I refresh this file, you see that all of the styles are back to the way it was originally. So both nesting and using variables are time-saving features when it comes to using preprocessors. In this demonstration, I'm going to install something called Less, which is a CSS preprocessor. What we're looking at on the screen is a terminal window opened up in a Linux environment. This is a Linux virtual machine, and I am using a Node environment in which to install my Less package. So I'm going to use the up arrow key on my keyboard to install Less because I have already done it on this machine, but I'll just read it out for you. It is sudo npm install -g -unsafe -perm, and then the very last argument there is the Less package itself. Now I'll hit the enter key and it should ask me for my password. I'll enter that password and it should install Less for me. So now that Less is installed, I can now run the command called lessc, pass it a folder or a file where that I need to have converted to CSS, and then I also need to pass it the path to where I need that file to produce a CSS file. But before I do that, I just wanted to jump into my folder, my file system on this Ubuntu system, and just to show you where I have all of my files. So there is my HTML document and the styles folder, and inside of there's a Less file. Now, if I open up everything in Atom, you will see that that less file looks and feels very much like CSS. And that's okay. This is just for demonstration purposes. Now, of course, we can do a lot to clean this up if it's exactly less code that we're working with. But this is just the installation part. So this is my less file, and I need to go back into my terminal window to let the command less_c know where that file is and where I want to have that final CSS be produced. So the command goes like this. It is lessc. Then the first parameter to that command is the current directory that I'm in, because I just happen to be inside of the application folder that I'm working with. Then I need to tell it, the lessc command, where that less file is. So it happens to be inside of the folder called styles and then /styles.less.less. That is the file, that is the less file that is going to be precompiled into CSS. Now I'm going to use the space bar to create a space and then pass to the lessc command the final parameter, which again, I want to have the CSS produced inside of the current folder in terms of the file system, then go inside of the styles folder itself, and then right there I'd like you to create a file called styles.css. Now remember when I showed you the file system just now, this styles CSS file does not exist. If I hit the enter key, it should give me no feedback, but if I jump into the file system, there's the CSS file. This was not there before. So this is the way LessCompiler works. Now there is something else I wanted to show you in terms of the installation, and I'd like to install something called a watcher. What the watcher is going to do is you'll have to supply it a folder, for example, in this case, the styles folder in the current directory, and it'll keep watching that file to see if there are any changes to the less file. And whenever changes happen, it will automatically produce a CSS file for us. So in order to do that, I would have to run another sudo command, sudo npm install. Again, I'm going to go with the -g for general. And I'm actually going to put back in this unsafe parameter or flag. And then I'm going to pass to the npm install program. I'm going to pass to that less-watch-compiler. Watch compiler. They're all separated by the dash on the keyboard. I'll hit the enter key, and that should install the watch compiler for me. Now, in order to run this new application, all I need to do is use the command less-watch-compiler. I need to pass to this command the styles folder, because I need it to watch that folder. And whatever it produces, whatever CSS it produces, I'd like it to place that CSS in the same folder. So styles again. Now, once I hit the enter key, the compiler is going to start, or the application is going to start watching that styles folder. So I'll hit the enter key now, and I won't be able to use this terminal window anymore because it is running a process. Nevertheless, I'm going to jump back into the styles folder that I had before. I'll remove the CSS file itself, and I'm going to jump back into Atom where I have my less file there, and I'm going to create a change. Now take a note of the folder styles. Right now there's just a less file in there, but if I make a change, something very simple, let's remove the 100% here and replace it with 99%. So I just changed 100% of my height of my HTML document in the less file. And I'm going to save this by hitting Control S on the keyboard. Now notice what happens to the styles folder on the left-hand side. Now I'm going to hit Control S, and immediately styles.css has been produced. So it means then that the watch compiler is working properly. In this demonstration, I'm going to work with less to show how we can use variables and mixins. What we're looking at on the screen is my Atom editor. It is inside of an Ubuntu system, a virtual machine, and I'm going to be using Nodejs as the server in this case. Now that's not too important. What is important is the fact that I can use my less file to create a variable. And you can create these variables and replace certain code, and therefore it kind of saves you some time. So let's go ahead and create a variable now. And I can do that now by first of all creating the variable. So I've just made some room for myself by hitting the enter key a couple of times. And now on my line 1, I've inserted the @ sign, and next to it is the name of my variable. So I'm going to be calling my variable LG. And a semicolon, and then finally the value that I want to replace LG with, which is light gray in this case, and finally a semicolon at the end. So it means then that wherever inside of my less files I have this value of light gray as to become my style, I can now replace that word, that long light gray word, with the @LG sort of variable. So let's see where this is. I can use this now. So for example, on line 32, I had my background color there of light gray. I'm going to replace that now with LG. And there's another spot way down at line number 84. I did have my border bottom as light gray. I am going to replace that now with LG. Now, with just those changes in place, I'm going to save the less file. Then I am going to jump in to my terminal window that I have opened up to the folder that I'm working with, and I'm going to run the less-c command like I've done a couple of times before. Once I hit the enter key, the CSS file should have been generated for me, and I can test that by going into my Atom editor, and in the Styles folder there's a CSS file that was not there before. If I click on that file, then if you remember, I did have a light gray on around line 24. Remember, in the less file, this would be just @LG. So right about that, no, that's the background color, right up at the top somewhere. Yeah, it is in the navigation area. I did have my LG there as the background color, but in my styles I have the word light gray. So that's how these variables work. They are replaced once the CSS file has been produced. Now I'm going to demonstrate Mixin now. Well, Mixins actually work just like variables in that we can supply to the Mixin a variety of different styles, and then those styles as a group will be replaced in the final CSS. So I've gone back up to line 2 in my less file, and I'm going to start creating this Mixin by using the pound symbol, and then I'm going to give it a word. So basically what I'm doing is, for example, if you look at my body style here on line number 7, and then it starts on 8, 9, and 10, I'm going to replace this margin 0 and padding 0 with a Mixin. So I'm going to call my Mixin MP and then 0, and then I have to give it opening and closing braces, and then inside of my MP0 I can start typing in the styles that I wish to supply or to use. So in this case it is margin 0 and padding of 0. Now wherever I use margin 0, padding 0 together, I can now replace those two styles with just this MP0 Mixin. So for example, in my body area I can now replace the margin 0, padding 0 with MP0, and notice that I had to place it after the other style that I have for body, which was not included in MP0. So whatever my Mixin name is, it has to be the very last style in that particular block. There is one other place that I needed to do this, and I think it is down at the UL. So before, UL was padding of 0, margin of 0. I can now replace those two lines with MP0, pound MP0, and now I have included Mixins into my less file. I'm going to save the less file. I'm going to remove the CSS file temporarily because remember it will be recreated. Going back into my terminal window, I can run that less-c command again, hit the enter key, and that file should have been created for me. So back over in Atom. So let's check the around line 52, there's the UL. So in my less file I have MP0, but in my CSS we should have, there it is right there, we should have margin 0 and padding 0, because this is what the browser understands. It does not know what MP0 is. But by using Mixins like this, we can replace a lot of code, and it saves a lot of time and a lot of effort. In this demonstration, I'm going to talk about less functions. Now, functions operate just like mixins, but they're a little bit more sophisticated, and they're easier to use, I think. What we're looking at on the screen is my Atom editor, and I'm running this inside of a Linux box. And I also have a Firefox browser opened up to the files that we have here. So skills.html is my main file, and I'm going to apply CSS to that using less as the preprocessor. Let's just open up Firefox really quickly just to see what that file looks like now without the CSS file. Now that you've seen that, I'm going to head back over to my Atom editor, and I'm going to start developing a function using less. So just like a mixin, the less function operates very similarly. So for example, the first thing that I'm going to do is use or name my function. So in this case, the name of my function is mp0. It's important that you add a period in front of it. If you remember from the Mixin tutorial, it was a pound symbol that you would use here. After this, though, everything else is exactly the same as with a mixin. So for example, I can make some room for myself between the curly braces, and then I can start defining what my function needs to do. So in this case, I need my function to provide a margin of 0 and a padding of 0. Now, in order for me to use this function, if you remember from the body, in terms of the original CSS that I had used, my body had a margin of 0 and a padding of 0. Well, between lines 10 and 12, that's my body property, and I've defined some styles for it. And what I'm going to do now is insert into, or on line 12, I'm going to insert the function. Now, this in itself would work, but I can also add the parentheses to indicate that it is in fact a function. Now, with that in place, what I can do is I can save this file, and I can open up my terminal window and apply the lessc command to this styles.less file to create a CSS file. So let's do that now. I'm going to open up my terminal window, and I'm going to run that command. If you remember, it's lessc. That is the command, and you provide it the less file, and then you tell it where to produce your CSS file. So if I hit the enter key at this point, it should give me a CSS file. If I jump back into Atom, I should see a CSS file there. And if I go into Firefox now and I refresh that page, the CSS has now taken effect and everything works fine. But that is not the end of the story. I'm going to go back into my Atom editor, and I'm going to show you now how to pass parameters to your functions. After all, it is a function. We should be able to parameterize it. All right, let's do that now. So up on line 2, where my function is declared, I have inserted a pair of parentheses. And within the parentheses, you can pass variables just like any other programming language. You pass variables to your function as a parameter. I'm going to pass into my function a parameter that I've named @bgcolor. So obviously, it gives you a hint. Now, I can name this whatever I want, but the naming of my parameter gives you a hint that perhaps I am going to apply a background color to whichever element uses my mp0 function, and I'm going to apply the color that was chosen by that particular element. So it means then that I can pass in just about any color I wish into this function. Now, how do we use it? Again, back on the body area on line 11 to 14. My mp0 function call is on line 13. Within the parentheses on line 13 now, I am going to pass in a value that I need to have applied to my body tag via the less function, and it's going to be light yellow. So with all those changes, I can now save the less file again, and I'm going to have to open up my terminal window again, and I'm going to have to now create a new CSS file by running that lessc command. So I'm going to hit the enter key. I just used my up arrow to bring back or to return the same function that I had ran before within this Linux terminal window. So with that in place, it means then that my new CSS file would have been written. And if I were to go into my Firefox browser, I can refresh the screen and notice what happened. The entire page is now light yellow. So that is the power of using functions with less. In this demonstration, I'm going to install Stylus. Stylus is a CSS preprocessor just like Sass and less. In fact, even the syntax is very similar. If you are watching this video after watching the installation of Sass and less, you'll notice that it follows the same pattern. Because I'm running on a Linux box here, and I do have a terminal window open up to a project that I'm going to be using as an example, I can now install Stylus using the node npm package. So in order to do that, I'm going to use the sudo command just to make sure that I have the administrative rights. So sudo npm install Stylus, stylus. I'm going to use the G flag just to make it general. I'll hit the enter key at this point. It will ask me for my password, which I just entered. And now the installation should proceed, and it won't take a long time because I had already installed it. So now that it is installed, the command is, believe it or not, Stylus, just like with Sass and less. But before I run the command, I just wanted to make sure that I do have within this directory, I have a Stylus file, but I don't have it at the moment. Let's jump into my file system. Again, this is Ubuntu. Well, we are in the folder that ends with 11. Instead of my styles folder, I do have a CSS file. Now, before I go on, I just wanted to open this up with the Atom editor so that we can see all of the various parts moving. Now, there's my HTML file, and over on the next tab, there's my CSS file. Now, this is the original CSS file. Now, in order for me to make sure that my installation is correct, all I really need to do is rename the styles.css file into styles.styl, which is the extension for Stylus files. So I can right-click in the Atom editor, and I can choose the rename option here, and I will simply use my arrow keys to change the extension from CSS to STYL. Hit the enter key. So now you notice that all of the coloration has disappeared because this Atom does not know what an STYL file looks like. Now, of course, there are extensions and plugins to make this a little bit more prettier. But the fact is, I have an STYL file that I can now pass to my Stylus command over in the terminal window. So if I go back to my terminal window, I can now convert that STYL into CSS by typing in the command Stylus. It is that simple. Now, obviously, it's going to need some kind of a STYL file, so it also needs a path. So if I type in the // it means that I'm telling my Linux system that I need to do something within the directory that I'm in right now. And within that directory, you will find a STYL styles folder or directory. And beyond that, there is a styles.styl file. Now, believe it or not, that's all I really need to do. If I hit the enter key at this point in time, notice what happens. It gave me some feedback. It told me that I just created a styles.css file. Again, I'm going to go back. I can either go into the file system of Linux, or I can go into my Atom editor, and there's my styles.css. So if I jump in there, notice that the coloration came back, and the file is almost exactly the same as when I had originally showed this on the video. So this is how you would install Stylus, and this is how you would compile a Stylus file into a CSS file. In this demonstration, I'm going to work with Stylus and show you the basic syntax, including variables and mixins, just like we did with SCSS files as well as those less files. What we're looking at on the screen is a STYL file. Again, this is the very same CSS file that I converted to STYL. And the way I did that was using Atom. I'm able to grab hold of all of the curly braces, the opening curly braces, the closing curly braces, and I simply removed all of them. If you notice, I've removed also the semicolon and the colon at the end of each one of these property value pairs. So now I have just a plain STYL file with the indentation to match. So now that I have done all of these changes, all I really need to do at this point is use the stylus command in my prompt, my terminal window, and the command will convert this STYL file into a CSS file with all of the curly braces, all of the punctuation marks back in the CSS doc. So I can do that, but before I do that, I want to show you how to implement variables and use variables, just like with SCSS and less. So way up at the top of this STYL document, I'm going to implement a variable. Now, if you notice, throughout my style file, I do have a lot of values that equate to 0. And what I can do with Stylus, even down here, so what I can do with Stylus is I can create something to represent that 0. So up at the top, I can create a new variable. Let's call it z size, maybe. And I can give that the value of 0. And I know in most cases it's going to be px, so I can also insert the px to represent pixels. So my z size is equal to 0 pixels. So now, everywhere I have to use this 0 value, I can now replace that 0 value with my z size. And eventually this will all turn back into 0 pixels. Now, it might be a little bit more typing, you think, but eventually if your files get very, very large, then doing something like this, even here on line 66, I could implement that there. And if your file gets very large, then you may want to think about something like this. So I'll go up now to the top of the document. I'm going to issue a Control-S to save this document. Now what I want to do is go into the terminal window, and let's clear this out first. And what I want to do now is run that same command again, the stylus command, pass it the STYL file that I just worked with, and it will turn that into a CSS file for me. If I hit the Enter key at this point, I should get some feedback. Now, if I go back into my Atom window, my Atom program, I can see styles.css there. If I click on that, notice what happens. The 0 pixels came back everywhere that I had used that variable. So in this way, variables are a little bit convenient. Now back over in my STYL file, I'm going to hit Control-Z on the keyboard just to replace everything that I just did in order to show you how to use a Mixin. So I've just replaced everything the way it was before, and I'm going to make some space for myself at the top of this STYL document. I'm going to do a Control-S to save it. Now I'm going to implement a Mixin. A Mixin and a function almost work the same way. They even look the same. The name of my Mixin is very simple. It's just going to be m-b to represent margin and padding. And I can even use curly braces like this to indicate that I can have some kind of a value passed in there. And I can represent that value, for example, with a v to represent value. It's a parameter. Now I can go ahead and define what this Mixin would look like, and I'm actually going to grab these two values here. I'll do a Control-X to cut them from there and then paste them into my Mixin. Of course, we need to shift them over to the right. The indentation is helpful here. And instead of zeros within the Mixin, I'm going to pass in the value of v, which hopefully will be passed by whoever is using this particular Mixin. Now, in my HTML section, where I was going to use a margin of 0 and padding of 0, I can now simply call my Mixin MP, right? And I can pass to that MP the value of 0, because that's what I want to have happen for my margin and padding styles. So I'm going to save this file. I'm going to remove the styles.css file. But before I do that, let's take a quick look at it. Remember, I'm supposed to see margin of 0, padding of 0 with this new Mixin. But I am going to delete it using Atom, move to trash, and then I'm going to jump back into my terminal window, run that command again, create a new style sheet, go back into Atom, take a look at the style, and it is back to normal. I get my margin of 0 and padding of 0. So functions and Mixins work very similarly. In this exercise, you will use less code. to style a complex web page. You will utilize less variables, and you will also create a mixin using a CSS class. Build and use a parameterized mixin. And finally, wherever possible, remove less code from the final CSS file. You may now pause this video and attempt this exercise on your own, but do return to the video to see how I would complete it. One of the easiest tasks to accomplish from the exercise is creating a variable and using it. So I have my cursor at the top of line 1 there. This is a less file. I'm using it inside of Atom. Atom is running an Ubuntu system. I'm going to insert on line 1 the @ as well as the name of my variable. And I'm going to give it some kind of a value. So in this case, it's light yellow. I'll finish that up with a semicolon. So it means then that wherever I need to use light yellow, so for example on line 41, there was a light yellow there, I can now replace it with @ly. And that should, when the final CSS is rendered, background color should be given the value of light yellow. Now I can start working on my mixin. I'm going to use the period key in this case and give my mixin a bg-color name. And my mixin is going to require a pair of curly braces. And I've inserted that. Now I can insert the code into that mixin. So what I want for my mixin is a background color. So I can code that on line 4. So bg, background color actually is background color. I'll use Atom to help me with that. I can now pass in, if I wanted all of the background colors to be light yellow, then I can simply use the variable that I created on line 1, @ and then ly, and that should sort of like create or use two different features of less, the variable as well as the mixin. So now wherever I have a background color of light yellow, I can now use that mixin. Let's see if we have one here somewhere. I believe so for line 112, there is a class called li yellow. I can now replace that entire line 113 with my .bg color, and that's all I need to do. So in the final rendition of the CSS file, this light yellow should be given the actual color of light yellow. I'm going to save this file, and I'm going to convert my less file now into a CSS file. So back in my terminal, I'm going to use the up arrow because I have used this command before, and get back to that lessc command, pass it the less file, and tell it that I need a CSS file. I'll hit the enter key, and if there are no errors, I should now be looking at a CSS file. So remember, it was around line 111. Now everything will change with the conversion, but let's see what that looks like. In my CSS file, I'm going to search for that light yellow class right down here. And notice what happens. We now have background color of light yellow, just like we would have normally done it originally if we had written this CSS file ourselves. So that works. But we could do some more with the mixin that I just created, in that we could now pass to it, using parentheses, we can now pass a color to it. So I can say @colr for color, and now I can tell them whichever element is using my mixin, they now need to pass to me an actual color that I can just pass in by, let's copy that, paste it for background color. So whatever color is passed into the call to this mixin will float down to whatever style I have created. So in this case, the background color will be whatever style that was passed in. So if I were to jump back down to around 113, where I had my light yellow, now if I were to try to render this file, it won't work. It'll give me an error because I need to pass to bg color some kind of a value. So in this case, it's going to be light light yellow because that's what I wanted to do. I'll save that file. Now, I'm going to do Control Home to go back to the top of the document. Now, I do have some other background colors as well. So, for example, in my nav area, there's a background color of light gray. I can now use that mixin. So, .bg color, I can now pass light gray into that mixin. Now, there's no need for me to code background color, : light gray, semicolon. I can remove that entire line now. I can save this file and let's render it. Now I'm going to leave the CSS file the way it is there, but in my terminal I'll hit the up arrow key to get back to that lessc command, hit the enter key, and it did create a file for me. Let's jump back into Atom. Now the CSS file should have changed. I'll click on it. Notice my background color for light yellow is still light yellow, but where was it? Around the nav area, we wanted to see if this changed to background color of light gray. So let's jump right back up in the CSS file. There it is. For my nav element, the background color is light gray. So this is how we use a combination of variables as well as mixins. And notice that in my final CSS file, you do not see any mixins and things like that because I have used the proper parentheses and things so that these things don't get translated into the final CSS file. In this video, I'd like to talk about one of the most important APIs in JavaScript. I'm talking here about the XML HTTP request object. It is an object that allows developers to transfer data between some client, like a browser, and some web server. It has a lot of events, methods, and properties that developers can access to make this transfer happen. And it is the underlying concept in something called AJAX. This XHR object, sometimes it's referred to as XHR, is not bound to just the HTTP protocol. It can be used with HTTPS as well. And the name itself might tempt someone into thinking that it's only used with XML, but it's not. It's used also with JSON, probably the most important way of transferring data now. We can also transfer HTML and plain text. I'd like to take a look now at some of the most important methods and properties. So for example, the open method is probably the most important method. It is the method that gets the object ready to receive data and to send data as well. The first parameter of this open method is the type of request that we're trying to make, such as a get, post, put, etc. The second parameter is the endpoint or a URL that we need to access or we need to hit in order to get this connection open. The third parameter is probably the most important one because it's the one that decides whether you're using the open method as an async method or a synchronous method. Now, of course, the async method is probably the better way to go, and it is the default, by the way. It means then that you as a developer have to provide it with some kind of a JavaScript method that would handle this type of situation. And the async await method is probably best at dealing with this type of request. This type of request, the asynchronous request, will make that connection to the server, but it won't continue until it receives something back, or at least it'll allow the developer to continue working on other things until it receives that data back, and then it will then take over execution again. The opposite of that, which is synchronous, means that once you make that request, then the entire browser is held up until that request is returned. And if it never does, then it means that your client or your browser might just crash. Now, the send method works in conjunction with the open method. This is the method that actually sends the request to the server. So just to be clear, the open method does not transfer the data. It simply allows that handshake to happen. It is the send method that actually sends the request. And of course, if the request is asynchronous, meaning that the third parameter of the open method is true, then this method, the send method, returns as soon as the request is sent. It is up to the programmer to use events to handle that situation. And like I said, we could use the async and await method of JavaScript. The send method does not usually take any parameters, but there is one that a body parameter that you could send when you're making put requests, but everything else should be null. There is one property that I'd like to talk about, and that's the ready state property. You see, when a request is made to an API, an external API, that request goes through a series of states, and it is the ready state that captures those various events. So for example, a 0 would mean that the object has been created but not initialized. A 1 means that the object is loading, and so on and so on. But it is not until that ready state property becomes 4 are we really ready to receive the data. So usually, developers would look for a ready state of 4, another property of the XML HTTP object, the status property. When that turns to 200, then we know that we can actually start receiving data. Now, throughout this series, we will be talking about the XML HTTP request object quite a lot, but this is just to show you that the basics of making that request. So you'd create the object, and then you would simply check for that onReadyState function, because once the open and send methods fire, then the next thing to do would be to check the ready state to make sure it's 4, and the status property as well to make sure that's a 200. Now, once these two properties return the values that we are looking for, then we can go ahead and do something with the response. And the response is usually wrapped up inside of an object called the response text. So this is a basic outline of how to use the XML HTTP request object. But like I said, throughout this series, this XML HTTP request object will play a starring role throughout the rest of the series. In this demonstration, we're going to make an AJAX request. AJAX, or Asynchronous JavaScript and XML, is a method or methodology to get data from some process that is running and not involve the browser in terms of a page reload of the browser. So in other words, it's a way to interact with APIs and other web server content without interfering with the user and what the user has to do on your browser. I'm going to demonstrate all of this with 3 files mainly. There's an index.html file, which is the file that we'll be using to see the result of our AJAX call, the scripts that will make the AJAX call happen, and then a file that is going to be read by our scripts. On the left of your screen is an Atom editor. It has the index.html code showing right now. And as you can see on line 25, there is a button that is pointing to a getData function that is already written in the scripts file. Now, the scripts file is attached to the index.html file. And on the right-hand side of that page, you will see a browser rendering what the index.html file should look like. So the way this is set up is that once I click this Get Data button on the index homepage, the scripts getData function should fire. Now, I've already sort of prepared the scripts.js file here. And as you can see on line 1, we are using the XML HTTP request object, which is the main driver behind AJAX requests. So in our getData function, which is being called by our getData button on the page, we are creating an object out of that XML HTTP request object. We are also pointing to a file on line number 6. And once we have these two things prepared, we can now go ahead and use that XML HTTP request object. So let's go ahead and do that now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use that object, and I'm going to check first of all the onReadyState property of that request. And we are checking actually for 2 things, but I'm going to pass a function to that change property, because every time the property changes, I want to have this function run. And inside of this function, I'm checking for 2 things. So I'm going to use an if structure here, and I'm checking for first of all, the ready state property. That has to be 4. And the status of our XML HTTP request object must be 200. So these 2 properties must have these 2 values in order for us to continue. Now, inside of my curly braces, I am going to, first of all, call another function that is written on, right now it's on line 14, which is not part of the discussion. That display data will simply take our data that has been being returned from our AJAX request and do something with it. In other words, it'll parse the information, and it'll pull out the various elements of that array. Now, once we have our display data, I am going to use the parse method of our JSON object, which comes with JavaScript by default. Now, inside of the parse object, I am going to access the XML HTTP object again, and I am going to access its response text because I'm hoping that after line number 8 has passed, everything's okay, we will have this response text available to us. This part of the code is structured. We can then go ahead and use that XML HTTP object again to create an open, or use the open method to pass our request on. So we're making a GET request to that file, the json.txt file on line 6. And we're doing this synchronously, meaning that we will wait for a response once that response comes back. Finally, we can then send the request off, and I'm going to pass a null in the send parameters just to make sure that we're not confused with anything else. Now, once all of this is set up, I'm going to save the changes that I've made. Let's just take a quick look at the json.txt file. As you can see, it is made up of name value pairs, and that's exactly what we want to have returned to us, which will eventually get passed to display data, which will display the data on the web page. So if I save all of this, I refresh my browser screen. If I click on Get Data, you notice that the data is returned to me without a flash appeared. So in other words, if I were to click on this reload button, you'd notice a sort of a flash happens within the browser. But if I click on Get Data, no flash occurs because I'm making this request using AJAX. In this demonstration, we're going to take a deeper look at something called the document object model. This document object model, or DOM, is actually referring to the various elements that you see inside of a web page. So a web page, of course, is made up of the HTML tags, head tags, and various other tags like the navigation, unordered lists, side tags, and things like that. So there are a lot of objects on this, or inner objects on this one HTML page. The DOM manipulation is how we can take those elements, create objects out of them, and then do something with it, like attach other elements to those elements or change the text. We've been doing that a lot with the inner HTML property. We've been using that on various elements. So that's a part of DOM manipulation. So to help me talk about this is I have 3 files opened. The index.html page, which I've used before, our scripts file, which is attached to our index.html, and of course we have a style because we may be using that style to demonstrate what we're trying to do with the DOM. Over on the right hand side of the page, you would see a rendition of that index.html page. I'm going to jump right into the scripts, but before I do that, let's take a look at line 25. It has a button on there, which you're seeing in the rendition on my Firefox browser. And we do have a div up right above that with an ID of results. And this button is actually pointing to the getData function. Let's take a look at that function in the scripts file. It is making an AJAX request, and that AJAX request is returning a text file, and then it's returning an array of JSON objects. That's all it's doing. In order for me to show you how the DOM manipulation works, we are going to create a function called display data. As you can see here, once this AJAX request is complete, it will look for a function called display data and pass it the array. So let's create that display data now. So I'm going to create a function called display data, and within that display data, I'm going to create an array within the parentheses of the display data function to accept the response that is coming back from our AJAX request. Now, what can I do after that? Well, I could look at the results div that I showed you on the index.html page. It's just a div file or a div tag right above the getData button. And I can turn that into an object by doing something like this. I can say let document.getElementById the results tag, and now this results div acts as an object representing that div. So if I jump right back into the index.html page you see on line 24, that's the div tag that I'm looking at. Once I have that as an object, I can then manipulate it But remember, we are receiving an array. And it means then that I would have to iterate throughout that array in order to pull data out of it and send it to a results div, which I created on line 19. It's DOM manipulation. So let's go ahead first of all and create that for loop. And we're simply going to browse or iterate over the length of the array. And I'm going to increment for each element of that array. Then what's more important though is being able to first of all create a new element by using the let keyword on line 22. That new element will be representative of the create element method. So I'm saying let's use the create element method of the DOM to create a new div. It's a new div we are creating. Now once I have that, I can use that object, that newly created object on line 22, to do things like it. For example, I can append something to it. This is DOM manipulation in its finest form. We can add stuff to something that never even existed when this page first loaded. What can we add? Well, remember we are inside of an array and we are pulling things out of the array, pulling items out of that array, data items. So guess what? I could actually create a text node out of thin air. I can just say, okay, I want to create some text. And the create text node will allow me to do that. Once I have that create text node, then I can go ahead now and look into that array. For example, I can grab the first element, I can attach it to just regular text, and I can attach something else from that array, and eventually I can make up a full sentence. Now, once I have that full sentence made up, then I can go back to line number 19. Remember, this is something that already existed when the page is loaded, this results div. I can use that results div on line 28 and I can append a child to it, meaning I can add another div to this existing div. And that's the power of DOM manipulation. What do I want to append, or what do I want to add to that div? Right now the div is empty, but I can add that inner element to it, that inner ELM, meaning the text that we created out of the array. I can add that to the existing div. And once I have that, let's save what we have. Let's refresh the page. Let's click on Get Data. And as you can see, I have gotten all of the data from our AJAX request. And I have used the DOM manipulation to add all of that data to the DOM. Now, I could go a little bit further. I can go to my styles area and add a styles called block it. As you can see, I'm causing the background. Actually, this is a class, style class. I've added a background of light yellow, and I've created my, I'm going to say that everything that's accessing this class is going to be displayed as inline block. Now, over in my scripts file, I could use that now. I can say, okay, if, and here's where I'm doing some arithmetic. I am going to look for the remainder of each of these arrays, wherever that count is in the array. And if there is a remainder that is greater than 0, then basically it's an odd item. So again, I'm going to use that inner ELM that I created on line 22, and I'm going to add a class name to it, just like that. I can't use the word class because it has special meaning in JavaScript, but I can use class name. So again, I am using the DOM, part of the DOM, as an object. And I can point that to my style, my class, style class. I can save that. If I refresh the browser page, I can now click on Get Data and notice that we have some styles that are attached to every odd or every other line in that array. So by using the DOM in this way, we can manipulate the DOM by using a lot of different methods like append, child, create text nodes. There are quite a few of these DOM manipulation methods that are out there, and developers can use them for varying effects. In this demonstration, I'm going to talk about JSON objects, JSON data, JSON files, as well as compare those to JavaScript objects. What we have on our screen is a scripts.js file, JavaScript file, that is attached to my index.html file that you see on the left tab of my Atom editor. On the right side of the page is, of course, a browser rendering any changes I make to that HTML or JavaScript. We'll take a look first at the JavaScript file. On line 3, I have a variable that is pointing to something that kind of looks like a JSON object, but it is in fact a JavaScript object. We know that because we don't have any double quotation marks around the various name value pairs, just some of the values here. Now, if I take a look at an employee.json file, something that I already have prepared, notice that everything has double quotation marks around it. So this is a pure JSON file. We'll get to this file a little bit later on in the video, but first of all, I want to look at the employee object that we have, a JavaScript object. And in our getData function, I can access that JavaScript object because it is in the global namespace, and I can actually get all the way to the first name value via empfull. So that JavaScript object is really an object of objects. And if we look in our browser, I just actually clicked on getData, and there is the value that we expected Axel, because that's the value inside of fname, which is inside of empfull name, which is part of the employee object. So the question is, how do we turn this JavaScript object into a JSON object? And the answer is quite simple. We use something called stringify of the JSON object that comes with the download of your browser. So once you have a browser installed, you have JavaScript as part of that installation, and you also have the JSON object. So let's take a look at that for a second. So I'm going to take that employee object, well, the same employee word that I use for the variable, and I'm going to point that to a JSON.stringify method, and I'm going to pass into that method the original employee object that we had on line number 3. So on line number 10, what we should end up with is a JSON object. I'm going to save this, and if we refresh the browser, click on Get Data, nothing happens. And the reason is that JSON objects don't work exactly like the JavaScript objects. However, if I were to remove some of these properties here, click on Save again, refresh the browser screen, clear up our console window, click on Get Data, now we see the actual JavaScript object. But this, of course, is but sometimes it's difficult to work with. So what we could do then, whenever you work with a JSON object, is turn it back into a JavaScript object. And the way we could do that is, of course, just like we did before in line number 10, I can actually create another employee variable here, point it to JSON, the same JSON object, but this time we're going to use parse. So it is the opposite of stringify. And I'm going to pass that same employee into it, and we should end up back with a JavaScript object. So let's refresh our browser screen, click on Get Data, and now we're back to that object of objects again. So I could now do something like emp wait if I wanted to. See, where is it? Right there. I can save that, refresh the browser screen, click on Get Data, and now we get just the 84 of that original object. Now, this is just a simple example, but of course, there may be times when you might want to read in a file like this JSON file that we have here. So I'm going to change up my getData function to do that. So I'm going to paste in some code, and then I'll explain the code. Now, I've pasted in some lines of code that you may have seen in other videos in this series where we are reading in that employees.json file, and what it's going to give back to us is a response text, which represents that actual file. So if I were to save this, refresh my browser screen, click on Get Data, we see that what we get back is what looks like exactly like the file that we had originally. So this is working fine. But of course, we may want to work with the individual pieces of that data, so we may have to pass it through the json.parse method. So what I could do then is take that same response text, and I can create a new variable. So let that employee be equal to that text, but I'm going to parse it first using JSON dot parse, and I'm going to pass that text in there, or that data that we're getting back from our file read. And now I can pass this on to the log. And now I can access the various pieces of that data. So for example, now, of course, the data itself is made up of an array of individual objects. So I would have to, first of all, go into the employees array. Then I would have to take one of these arrays out. So let's go with the second one. And of course, after that, I can access things like emp weight if I wanted to. So let's save that, refresh our browser screen, click on Get Data, and now we see that we get the actual individual elements or pieces of that data. So in order to work with JSON, you must remember two methods, the stringify method as well as the parse method. In this demonstration, we're going to take a look at form validation, but we're going to look at it in an advanced way, meaning that we are not simply going to create a JavaScript file to check each of the text fields that we would submit when we submit a form. We're actually going to look at some free software that are probably all over the internet that we could just download and use for free in our code. So in other words, instead of writing everything from nothing, we can just download these pieces of code from anywhere in the internet and apply it to our code as we're building it. So I happen to have found one called the Css Form Validator JavaScript file, and I have actually downloaded it already in my demonstration files here. So what we're looking at is an Ubuntu system. I'm going to go into the file system, and here are the set of files that I have used in other videos. So in the scripts folder, you would see two files, the Css Form Validator file that I just spoke about, and this scripts file is going to be the file that I'm going to write to be able to take my form and hook it up to the Css Form Validator. Now, there's no jQuery involved here at all. So let's take a look now first at the HTML file. So this is the HTML that is going to be presented in our browser rendition of this file here. And what we're going to be looking at, well, first of all, let's take a look at the name of a form. So we do have a form with an ID of FRM collect weight. That's a given. But down at the bottom, this is where I usually attach my JavaScript files. So remember, I just showed you two different JavaScript files in this scripts folder. So the first is going to be, well, my regular JavaScript file that I'm going to write. But that JavaScript file is going to depend on the Css Form Validator file, which again is in the same folder. But I have to make sure that file, the validator file, appears before my script file, because my script file depends on the routines and things like that in the Css Form Validator. Now, once I have this hookup done, I can go back into my scripts file and I can start hooking up my Css Form Validator file. Now, whenever you use something like this from the internet, you've downloaded it, it's a free use file, then you would have to go to their documentation, usually on GitHub, and in the documentation, they will tell you how to use this particular file. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to, first of all, create some kind of a handle to my form. So I'm going to say let form handle be equal to the get element by ID form collect weights. I showed you this form over on the enter weight HTML file. Now, according to the documentation, once we have a handle to our form, once we have something that is pointing to that form, then we can go ahead and create a new instance of the validator object. And within that validator instance, we can pass in our form handle, which is a reference to our form. And we can also pass in, or we should pass in, a function. Now, that function will take two parameters, something to handle errors and something to handle the response from that validation. And you simply return the response part of that function. So once again, this part, lines 2 and 3, is in the documentation. But that is it. That's all you would have to write for your JavaScript part. From there, we can head over to the HTML document, and we can start configuring our form to handle the various validations that come with the form validator. And again, you will find all of this information on their website, or on the GitHub site. So in order to use the validator, we've got two fields, the emp weight and emp name. So in order to use the validator, you would have to enter next to these two input fields something called an attribute, or in this case they call it a data rule. So let's see how that will work. So that's your data rule. It looks like an attribute, and you would pass values to that attribute. So the first thing that you might want to do for name is, it has to be required. Again, all of this information would come from their website. But apart from being required, you might want to say, well, it's a name. In other words, it should not be one of those fields that handle numbers and decimal points and things like that. Also, you might want to say, okay, well, let's restrict the length of the name to between 2 and 20 characters, because in this part of the world, we don't expect anyone to have a first name of more than 20 characters. What can we do about emp weight? Well, emp weight, again, we have to use that data rule attribute and pass it the values, so it definitely is required in this case. And notice that each time I have a different validator or a different rule, there's the pipe character that I have to insert there. So apart from being required, we have to make sure that this is a float, or it can handle a float. And one more, we can say that the minimum should be 20, let's say. And we can also put in a maximum. So we can say, okay, well, we don't expect anyone in our office to be less than 20 kilograms or more than 300 kilograms. So that's a decision that you will make when you're building your forms. But that would be it. Now, if I save both of these files, the JavaScript file as well as the HTML file, and over on the right-hand side, I do have Firefox rendering the enterweight.html file that we just worked on. And if I just refresh here for a second, click on Save Weight, you'll see that the validation has kicked in. And I can go through each one, and you'll see that, for example, it'll say the name is too short, something like that. But this is how you would hook up a free validator that you get from the internet and hook it up to your form. And this saves you a lot of time and effort in building, or it certainly makes your time to market a lot shorter. In this demonstration, we're going to take a look at JavaScript hoisting and scope. JavaScript hoisting refers to execution of the code and exactly what is executed before something else. As it turns out in JavaScript, a variable can be declared after it has been used. I know that sounds kind of weird, but it is possible with JavaScript. What we're looking at on the screen is an index.html file that is hooked up to a scripts.js file. And we have two functions, and that's a JavaScript file. Over on the right-hand side is a Firefox browser that is rendering any change I make to that script or the index.html file itself. What we're looking at is a typical situation where one function is calling another function. And in the getData function, we are declaring a variable called x, and we're also initializing it. And as you might expect, if I were to click on getData, the result of 5 is being displayed on the screen, because that is what is being passed on line number 10. We are passing the 5 off to a function that is simply going to use the inner HTML of the results div tag on index.html page to display that value, whatever that value happens to be. In this case, it's 5. Now, in order to demonstrate hoisting, I would first of all have to split up these two here. So we've got our var x, and if I were to take the initialization part of it and put it underneath, well, then we should expect the same result. So let's save this, refresh the browser screen, and we get the same result. Now, remember I said that only declarations are hoisted. So if I were to take this declaration and put it underneath, then according to that definition that I just gave you, this should work as well. Now remember, I'm declaring a variable after it has been used. So let's see if this works. Let's refresh our browser screen, click on Get Data, and in fact, it does work. So in this case, we say that the variable x was hoisted. Now again, just to demonstrate this a little bit more, let's comment out our declaration, and let's take initialization, move it down to the bottom, and according to our definition, this should not work because only declarations are hoisted. So if I were to refresh here, click on Get Data, it does not work. Now, if I were to declare the variable, but then initialize it after the variable is being used, the variable is being used on line number 9. I have a declaration on 10 and initialization on 5. Let's save this change, and if I refresh the browser screen, click on Get Data, I now get undefined. The reason we get undefined is because of hoisting. So the variable x was hoisted, in this case, within the scope of Get Data. That was done. It was hoisted. However, when JavaScript looked at the variable x, it could not find a value because the value is way down at the bottom here. So even though the declaration was hoisted, the initialization was not hoisted. So it found that x exists somewhere in memory, but it just simply could not find the value for that x. Now, just to be clear, this hoisting business only occurs with the var keyword. So if I were to use let here, refresh the browser screen, then we simply don't get anything at all. So once again, in order for this to work, I would have to move everything to the top of the function scope, and now we should be back to that 5 again. In the beginning of this demonstration, I did mention that hoisting not only occurs with variables, but it also occurs with functions as well. So throughout this demonstration, I've been calling display data, which was obviously declared up above. But if I were to take the entire display data and put it underneath the function call, so I'm calling display data on line number 8, but at this point in time, display data does not exist. It only exists on line number 12. So let's save this. Actually, let's put this back to var just to make the demonstration a little bit clearer. If I refresh the browser page and I click on Get Data, notice that it still works. It works because display data was hoisted to the top when the call was made on line number 8. So this demonstrates hoisting in JavaScript. In this demonstration, I'm going to talk about the many different ways to declare functions, to use functions in JavaScript. And to help me out today, I have a JavaScript file, scripts.js, that I've used before, and it is attached to our index.html page. That index.html page is rendered on the right side of your screen in a Mozilla browser. The F12 developer screen or developer console is also opened. Just in case we have any errors show up, we can pick up on those. So in the JavaScript file, you're looking at the two most common ways to declare functions. The first, on line 3, is a function declaration. Here we are declaring a function called displayData. We expect some kind of parameter to pass into that function, and we're simply using one of the results div on our index.html page to print that out to the page. The second function, which is considered a function expression, that's listed on line number 7. So here we are declaring a variable, but pointing that variable to a function. The rest of the function, or the inner body of the function, is normal, just like it would in a normal function. We are declaring a variable called x, and we are passing that to the displayData function declared on line number 3. So if we were to leave this as it is, and I were to make sure that I'm on that page, click on Get Data, we see 5 being printed out as a result of the displayData function. Now, in the function expression, even though we don't have a name for that function, in other words, it's an anonymous function, we could still give it a name. In that case, it would be easier to trace if an error did occur inside of that function. We could trace that function because it'll show up, the name will show up in the call stack or the error stack. So I could, if I wanted to, go ahead and put a name in there. I can save that, refresh the browser screen, and notice that it behaves like normal. But typically, though, you do not see that function name there because we want to use it as, or we want to leave it as anonymous. Another way to use functions is something called a self-invoking function. In other words, if we were to write a self-invoking function, then the function will simply run whenever the web page is loaded. And this is typically the syntax for doing this. Actually, it's parentheses first, then curly braces inside, and then another pair of parentheses outside of that with the semicolon. Typically, you would have your function right here between the opening parentheses and the opening curly braces. So you would have a function keyword followed by a pair of parentheses. Then inside of the curly braces is where you would write your function definition. So if I were to write a function like this, I would have to, let's put some comments on this one. So edit, toggle comments, and I'll save that file, refresh the browser screen. Now notice what happens when I refresh the browser screen. I don't have to click on get data. The 5 appears automatically. That's because the self-invoking function runs automatically and it calls another function passing it the value of 5. Now recently we started using arrow functions, and again it's another way of writing functions. So in this case I could let some variable, so get data for example, I can pass some empty parentheses to that function. So in other words, the function keyword is being replaced by these arrows here. Sometimes it's referred to as the fat arrow. Then to the right of that is where you would write your function definition. So in this case, I could apply the same definition that I had before. And in that case, I am going to comment out the previous definition. So let's save that. Now, I'm not invoking get data as yet, but let's just make sure that we don't have any errors here. But if I click on get data, now the function runs, and because remember it is being called, this get data function is being called from the index page, and there it is right there on the on-click event of that button. So that is your arrow function. Again, the arrow replaces the function keyword. And if you were to pass parentheses, or if you were to pass parameters to this function, you would put it inside the parentheses here on line number 17. Now, there's just one last thing about functions that I'd like to talk about, and it's really object literals, and it's a new ES6 shorthand way for declaring them. But first, let's go ahead and comment out what we had before, and so I can start writing this function literal. So it's the same function keyword that we use. Then we would give a name to our function, so it's my data, but in this case it's actually an object, and we pass our parameters to the function via the pair of parentheses there. So it's emp weight, and it has a function body like anything else. But this is where it gets interesting, because typically prior to ES6 you would see something like emp name like this, colon, and then the value, something like that, right? But with the new syntax, we don't have to do that. We simply return the parameters, and you return it inside of curly braces. So you simply return emp name, and it is supposed to be a shorthand way of working with object literals. Now, obviously, I can't just use it like that. I would have to call another function, so in this case, display data, and I'm going to pass to that my object. So I'm passing to display data my data, and at the same time, I can now initialize that object. So I can say my data, and I'd like you to be initialized with Axel as the first parameter, and maybe 66 as the second parameter, and I'll save that. Now, just to show you what's going on, I can refresh the page, and notice it says object. And that's because when the object literal is passed via display data, via the parameter here, it is being passed as an object. So obviously, if I were to do something like emp name and save that, I refresh the page, now it should say Axel. So it's a shorthand way of initializing object literals. In this demonstration, I want to show you how promises work and callbacks and things like that. Now, normally when you call a function, the function returns immediately and it's sometimes not even noticeable. For example, in this situation, you've seen me use this code before. This is a JavaScript code that is attached to my index.html file. And everything is opened in Atom Editor. Over on the right-hand side is a Mozilla Firefox browser rendering that code. So in this case, what we're doing is calling a getData function, and that getData function will read a file and return, and actually from that function it will call another function which displays the data using a results div on the index.html page. So this happens immediately and we see the results right away. If I refresh the page, the browser page, the code is displayed immediately. However, there are certain situations that this may take some time. There are functions in JavaScript that has a time component to it, time element to it. And this actually is one of those situations that has a time component to it. We don't know how long it will take to read this file. This could be a very large file. Now, it happens right away because this is a very, very tiny file. But this contained thousands of bytes or even millions of bytes, and therefore it could take up to a minute to read this file. If we ask for this data to be given to us immediately, then what we're doing is we're holding up the JavaScript processor. We're holding up the processor for the minute that it takes to get this file, so we can't do anything on the browser page. We can't click on anything. We can't even navigate to another website. And this is where promises come in. A promise is just another function, an object, but it has a time component to it, meaning that it will only resolve itself. It will only give you the results when the results are ready to be given to you. So basically what it does is that it allows the browser to continue doing other things like clicking on things, going to other websites, etc. You can continue to work with that web page in a normal fashion without even knowing that something is going on in the background, basically. This is what is sometimes referred to as asynchronous programming, and it is necessary because JavaScript is a single-threaded type of development environment. It only works on one thread of the processor. So your use of that thread becomes really important, especially when you have large files to do, when you have a database hits to make, and when you have to go out to the internet and grab data and things like that. So how do we turn this getData function into a promise object? Well, the first thing I might want to do is, first of all, create that promise object, but notice I'm also returning the promise object. Because if you are returning a promise, then we have to have something that will subscribe to that promise. So on line number 3, I've inserted a line where we are returning a new promise. That promise, the parameters of that promise will take a function. Now, the existing code that I have already, I'm going to wrap that up into this function. So all of that existing code goes inside of that function, and now I have a promise object. Now, a promise object, only one of two things. It can either resolve itself in the positive, meaning that whatever you asked it to do, it was done and everything was fine, or an error can occur. So I've passed into that function within the parameters of the promise object 2 parameters, resolve and reject, to handle both situations. Either we have a resolve situation where we have the results, or we have an error. So where on line number 8, where I would normally call the other display data function, I won't do that anymore. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to resolve the promise. Now, of course, there's another side to promises. That's the subscription. We'll talk about that in a second. Now, how do we handle the rejection? Well, I could insert an else here, and obviously, if we did not read the file, then I can create a new error object and pass that back with my reject parameter. I'm going to do one more thing here. I'm going to take that open statement on line number 13, and I'm going to move that up to the top before I get to the XML HTTP object. So now my promise is complete. I have taken care of both the positive and the negative, and I can now ask for subscriptions to this promise object. So before, where I could just call data, I can't do that anymore. Instead of just calling the data, what I have to do now is, well, yeah, I could still call get data, but now that get data won't just return the results to me. It will return a promise object. And the only way to deal with a promise object is with a then method. So I have chained on to the get data a promise, the then method. Now, once that promise has been resolved, then the results will be passed into get data and then over into the then method. And therefore, I have to provide a function to that then method to deal with that result. So inside of the function parameters, I can pass a variable to hold the data that will be returned. But this is the only way I can access that data, through a function. Now, once I get that contents, the results, the array in this case, I can then call the display data method and pass it the data that I just got from that promise object. So with all of that in place, I can save the file. And if I refresh the file, the browser window, notice that nothing has changed. Everything continues as normal. The only difference is that if this was a very large file, then this would probably take about a minute to return to me. And in that case, you won't see anything on the screen, but I can click around the browser while I am waiting for that promise to resolve itself. In this demonstration, I'm going to talk about the factory pattern, the factory function pattern in JavaScript. I have on the screen my Atom editor opened up to an index.html file as well as a JavaScript file. I'm using that JavaScript file and the getData function on line number 11 to send text back to the HTML document. I'm actually accessing the results div tag on that HTML document, and I'm passing in data to be displayed on the web page. So on the right side of your screen is the Mozilla Firefox rendering the files that you see on the left. So you may have seen code like this before, where on line 1 we are declaring a const of employee. This is actually now a JavaScript object. It has name value pairs, as well as down on line number 6 there is a method that will return the first name and last name concatenated together. So I can use this employee object wherever I want. I'm going to turn this now into a factory function. So the first thing that I'm going to do is, first of all, create a function. So I'll create a function, give my function a name. And typically when you're doing something like this, when you're using the factory pattern, you would try to use the create as much as possible, as well as concatenate that with the object that you're trying to create. So we're trying to create an employee based on the factory pattern. When I create this function, I want to be able to work with two parameters, first name and last name. So I think what I'll do is on line number 4, where we have our employee object, I'm going to remove a couple of the different properties here, just so we can make the example a little bit smaller and you can concentrate on exactly what's going on. So I've removed a couple of the properties. We're just going to have first name and last name and one method. So I want to be able to accept first name and last name. So I'll put those in here as parameters, first name, comma, last name. And now I have parameters. And what I'm going to do at this point is take the entire employee object, cut it from where it is, and paste it inside of the create employee function. Now remember, this is create employee method. It's a factory function, so it is supposed to give us a new employee. So we can't hard code it anymore. So we have to actually use the property or the values that are being passed in once we use our create employee method. So last name and first name. The other thing we want to do is, if it is a factory function, then it should return something to us. It's not at the moment. But of course, I could come here at this point and return the employee, but I don't want to do that because that's just too much code. What we want to do instead is simply return the entire object. So I can use the keyword return right up at the top of the opening curly brace there, and now we can return the entire object. Now that we have our factory function established, we can't just access things like we do on line number 13. What we're going to have to do is create a new object out of it. So I could, if I wanted to, do something like this. Let emp1 be equal to create employee, and then pass it the employee that I want to create. So let's create Axel, and Axel's last name is bar, and a semicolon. So now we have actually consumed that factory function. So now that we have our emp1, let's go ahead and use it. So obviously we are going to have to, we can't use employee anymore. We're going to use emp1 instead, and I'm just going to use first name, full name. And it is a method, so I'm going to use the parentheses there. And I just noticed that there's a typo up at the top. So let's save everything that we've got so far and refresh our browser screen. Click on Get Data, and we get our bar Axel. Now, since ES6, there's a shortcut method for creating objects like this. So for example, we don't need to do the name value pairs. JavaScript will automatically assume that first name gets the value, last name gets the value in this case. So let's save that, refresh our browser screen, and we get back the same results. But we can actually go a little bit further. We can actually use getters to retrieve our values. We don't necessarily have to use setters because, again, automatically JavaScript will assume that the values are going into the various locations, various properties here. So I could do something like this. I can say get first name and use that as a method, but then return first name with a return statement. So return first name like that. I'll do the same thing with last name. So I'll copy what I had from before, paste it underneath, and simply use last name instead of first name here, and return last name. So in this way, we are using getters, and we also achieve a little bit of privacy in our object. We achieve some encapsulation. So I've saved the changes that I've just made. Let's refresh our browser screen, click on Get Data, and as you can see, we get the same result back. So this is a demonstration of a factory pattern. In this demonstration, we're going to take a look at an example of closure and see what it can do for a developer. What I've got on the screen right now is my Atom editor opened up to an index.html file with some JavaScript in the middle between lines 8 and 12. On the right side of the screen is a browser that is displaying whatever changes I make to that index.html document on the left. So what we're trying to do here is, well, first of all, the HTML document has a button on line 5, a paragraph with an ID of demo on line 6, and then the function is going to interact with that demo ID and pass it a variable that is supposed to be incremented. So the function is called myCounter. It is being called from the button click event, and if I were to click on that button, it increments to 1. And I keep clicking on the button, but nothing happens. And I want to have this variable incremented each time I click that counter. Now, obviously, this won't work because each time I call my counter from the onClick event, we actually reset the count variable on line 10. We reset that back to 0. So a closure could help in this situation because what we're going to do is we're going to create a function inside of the myCounter function and then somehow grab hold of a reference to that inner function, which will give us a reference to the outer function and give us access to the count variable, as it were. So we can, if I wanted to, attempt to do this by creating a new function in the myCounter function. Let's call it displayCount. And I'm also going to return displayCount from the myCounter function. So we have created a new function on line number 11, which is inside of the myCounter function. And then on line 14, I am returning a reference to the inner function. So how do we call this? Well, let's call myCounter first and see if that works. So let me save these changes, refresh the browser screen, and if I click on counter now, well, it's even worse than before. Nothing is even happening to the counter. So we have to do something different here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the onClick event from myCounter, and I'm going to change that to a different function. I'm going to point it to a different function called CountIt. Then somewhere around line number 16, I'm going to create this new function called CountIt, and I am going to now cause CountIt to call myCounter, like that. So CountIt on line number 16 is calling myCounter on line number 17, and let's see if this works. Let me save that, refresh the browser screen, click on counter or on the button, and nothing happens. So let's try one more thing. Let's now create a variable instead of a function called CountIt. Let's create a variable called CountIt, and let CountIt point to myCounter. Now CountIt is just a variable, so I remove the parentheses there, and CountIt is going to call myCounter, which supposedly would return a reference to the display count inner function. Let's save that and see if that works. Let me refresh the browser screen. Now it seems to have worked. Great. So an explanation of what's going on is that whenever we have a function inside of another function, JavaScript creates something called a closure. When a closure occurs, what happens is that all of the environmental variables are available. And if we continue to keep a reference to the myCounter, the outer function, then that outer function is returning an inner function. Then by constructing line number 16 here, what we're doing is we're keeping alive the variables that are inside of the function scope. In this case, it's myCounter. So in this way, the counter works, and this is an example of a closure. Now you will see other examples of closures throughout this series, but this would be one of the simplest ways to demonstrate a closure. In this exercise, we will build a factory function using JavaScript. This factory function will build new square objects. The function must use parameter or parameters. You must utilize a getter function to initialize and encapsulate the side variable for your square. You will employ any conventions that you learned about in the video. Apply the ES6 shortcut method for shortening name-value pairs within objects, and consume the factory function. Now you may pause the video and attempt the exercise on your own, but return to this video to see how I would complete it. So on the left of your screen, there's a script.javascript file with the new square constant in it. It is a JavaScript object. And the function on line number 9 is calling in that constant and displaying the area of that constant, which should display an area of 84 millimeters, centimeters, feet, whatever. So the JavaScript function is using the results div tag that appears on the index.html page that is attached to this JavaScript file. So you see that right here on line number 24 in the HTML document. And there is your getData call to the JavaScript function that is on line number 9. On the right side of your screen is a browser that is going to display the whatever results come out of this new square object. So if I click on getData, then this function will fire, and it will eventually go to the JavaScript object up above and return us the area. Now notice that the area is nowhere hard-coded in here. It is actually being calculated once we call that area function. So over here I can click on getData, and as you can see, we get 64. Let's create a factory function and use the convention create in our name. So function, and then create square. That will take parentheses as well as a function body. Now, once we have our create square function, we can take the entire JavaScript object and paste it inside of that new function. Now we do need something, some kind of a parameter to work with. We don't want to hard code our sides all the time, so I will put the side parameter in there, and now we can say that our side is equal to the side that is being passed in. Now according to ES6, we don't actually need to worry about doing the name value pairs here, because our side value will be automatically configured on line number 4 to whatever number, whatever value that happens to be. So now, in order to use our factory function, we don't create an object anymore. We simply return the object. So return that object will give us our factory function. Now, of course, we could, instead of just applying side like this, we could use a getter in order to take advantage of encapsulation and privacy, meaning that our side variable now is now private. So let's use our get side, and we will, that's a getter function, so it has to have parentheses, and the opening and closing braces. We will now include our side variable in here, like that, and put a comma there because that's the first name value pair. I'm going to save everything at this point. So now our factory function is complete. Before we move to consuming it, let's turn our area in order to use an arrow function. So instead of the function keyword, we will pass everything over to our function itself. Now I am using the return keyword here, so I have to keep the curly braces. Now we can go ahead and consume create square factory function. So I can let square1 be equal to create square. I can pass it some value, let's say 8. And now I can use that square1 like an object. So right over here, I can say square1.area. I'm going to save all of that. Let's refresh our browser screen, click on Get Data, and we get back the same 64, even though it is now being turned into a factory function. So I can create any kind of square I want with any parameter that I wish. In this demonstration, we are going to consider working with jQuery. jQuery is a very powerful library in which we can do a lot of different things with the DOM using just the jQuery library. But at least in this video, what I'd like to show you is how to get set up with jQuery, how to get it started, and how to prepare yourself for taking advantage of all of the various features that the jQuery library comes with. So in order to get started, what I have is an index.html page that you've seen me use before, along with a JavaScript file, an external JavaScript file. However, take a look in the index.html file at line number 7. That is a CDN. It's a CDN that is going towards or accessing the Google APIs where jQuery lives. That CDN, once it's attached to your web page like this, makes that entire library available to this web page. Now on the right side of your screen is a Mozilla browser that is rendering this HTML document that you see on the left. Further down in the HTML document, you will see that I am attaching to a scripts file, a scripts.javascript file in a scripts folder, an external JavaScript file in which I'm going to be using to access this jQuery file. Now, usually, if you're going to be using the jQuery library, it would be better to download the actual file. This is the minified version of that file, and attach it just like I've attached my external JavaScript file down on line number 34. That's a typical way to do it. But because this is a learning environment, I've decided to go with just a CDN. Let's take a look at the JavaScript file now. Line number 2 is getting ready to use our jQuery library. The $sign represents that entire jQuery library object. And what this line number 2 is saying is that once our HTML document is ready, right? So I'm passing into the jQuery library a document, meaning this current HTML file. and I'm chaining on the ready method to it, meaning that I don't want you to do anything. In fact, I don't want you to call this function here until the entire document is loaded. When the document is loaded, then you can go ahead and call this do something method, which is right here on line number 4. That do something method simply issues an alert. Now, it is possible, instead of calling a function from the ready method, I could actually pass the function in as a parameter instead. So I could, if I wanted to, do something like this. I can say function here. It's going to have opening and closing parentheses as well as the opening and closing curly braces there. Then I can simply do any kind of functionality or functioning work from within that function that is being passed as a parameter. If this works, then I don't no longer need the function below. I can save this, refresh the browser screen, and you notice that it works just like it did before. As a matter of fact, what you're going to see most times is nothing being passed into the parameters. It'll just be an empty parameter with the ready method after it and any kind of functionality being passed in as a parameter. So let's save this, refresh the browser screen, and it works just like it did before. So once again, the idea here is to get your scripts ready and your HTML files ready to use the various functionality features of the jQuery library. In this demonstration, I'm going to talk about the powerful features of jQuery events. What we're looking at on the screen is a JavaScript file that I've got, and I am targeting all of the paragraph tags on my HTML document. Let's tab over using Atom to that HTML document, and you see that I do have 3 paragraph tags. I do have also some anchor tags. And way up at the top here on line number 7 is my link to that CDN, that jQuery CDN. This link on line number 7 gives me the ability to use that jQuery library. And way down at the bottom on line number 34, that's where I have a link to my scripts.file that I just showed you on the second tab. Let's tab over there now and take a look at the code. What we're saying on this code is that for every paragraph on this page, whenever that click event happens, I'd like you to run this function. The function was a simple alert on line number 4. So let's take a look at the construction of this. The jQuery element is being passed via the $, open and close parentheses, and then in the double quotation marks is where you would insert the element that you are working with. Then we use the on method of that element. You pass in the event that you're looking for. So in this case, it's a click. It could be a mouse over. It could be a timer event. It could be a mouse down, mouse up, things like that. Once that event occurs, the function that you supply to the right side of that event is what is going to fire when that event occurs. So other than the paragraph tags, we can also insert things like an H1 tag here. So just about any element can be inserted here. We can insert anchor tags, and what we can do is we can target specific items. So for example, there's a logo here on this document. I'm going to save this first, and then over in the index.html file, I'm going to show you that on line number 11, there is an image file there with an ID of logo. So by amending my JavaScript file on line number 3 to target that specific element with that ID, I can now target that alone. So if I refresh my browser screen, now I'm clicking on the paragraph tags and nothing has happened. But if I click on this image, the event is going to fire off. So it is that easy to work with JavaScript, with jQuery. Now, we could do more things. For example, I can look for all of the anchor tags, and in that way, I can target all of the anchor tags on this HTML document. But I want to take it a little bit further. So on line number 4, what I'm going to do is I'm going to target a specific anchor tag. But first of all, I'm going to create an element, and I'm going to point that element using the this keyword of jQuery, meaning that, before I get to that, there are 4 anchor tags on the web page. I want to target the anchor tag that is being clicked on. So in order for me to do that, I'm going to have to use the keyword this. Then, once I have a handle on the element that is currently being clicked on, I can use that ELEM on line number 4, that variable, and I can say, okay, let's check the attribute of that element. If that attribute happens to be well, in this case, it's the href attribute, but if the value of that attribute happens to match the index.html, that whole word, index.html, then that's the anchor tag that I want to work with. So if I were to head back over to my index.html page, you'll see that we have 4 different anchor tags, but only one of them will match index.html. So in my JavaScript file, I can continue and see, okay, well, if we have a match, then I want to run this particular function. And again, it's the same alert on line number 6. I can save that document, refresh the browser page, and notice it won't happen with my wait. I mean, it went to the link, but there's no other page to support that link. But if I click on home, that's when the event is going to fire because I targeted that particular anchor tag. Now, I mentioned before that it's not just the click event that we can work with here. I can also insert next to the click event the mouse over event. Let's save that, and as you can see now, that mouse over event will happen whenever I mouse over the home link in this case. We can take it even further. I can say, okay, well, I want something different to happen for each event. In that case, we will have to work with a complex JavaScript object. So in order for me to show this to you, let's see, I'm going to get rid of this line because we could do this in a different way. I'm going to copy the entire function and paste it underneath just temporarily. And let's see here. So basically what I want to have happen is that when this onClick event occurs, like this, I want to be able to pass in a complex object. That complex object will have the 2 events that I'm looking for. So in the first place, it is the click event, and I'm going to pass a function to that event. That function will have parentheses as well as a function body. Now, this happens to be the first on line number 4. That's the first name value pair. Because I'm going to insert a second name value pair, I have to use a comma on line number 6. Then on line number 7, I can enter the second event that I'm looking for. In this case, it is the hover or mouse over event. So for mouse over, it is going to be the same. We're going to run a function, but it's going to be a different function. But the setup is the same. Parentheses, function body, etc. So when the click event happens, I want to run a function. I want to run some code based on that click event. But I'm also looking for a specific target. So in this case, I'm going to use the jQuery's $sign and this. And we're going to run the same kind of function underneath. So let's copy this, paste it in here. And again, I'm going to search for a different file this time. I'm going to search for the mywaits.html file. And I believe that is all we really need. I can get rid of this other function there. I was just using that to copy from. So let's take a look at what's going on here. When the inside of the on method, we are passing a complex JavaScript object. So it starts on line 3, ends on line 14. Within that complex object, we have 2 name value pairs. We have click and mouse over. So these are the events that we're listening for. When these events occur, the function on the right side of it will fire off, meaning that this alert will fire, but only if we match up, in certain cases, the item that we're clicking on, the anchor tag that we're clicking on. So let's save this. Over in the browser screen, I'll refresh, and we can test it out. So if I were to click on home, that event should fire. Great. But if I were to hover over the mywaits area, the event should fire. So in this way, we have taken advantage of jQuery's powerful features in that we can apply different functionalities to the same method. In this way, JavaScript allows us to write a lot less code than we would normally have to write with just plain old JavaScript. In this demonstration, let's have a look at how jQuery handles the document object model. We'll also consider chaining with jQuery. As usual, I do have an index.html page opened up in Atom, and next to it is a JavaScript file that is attached to that index.html file. And on line 7, we have a CDN being targeted. That's a CDN to the jQuery library. And on line 34, we have a connection to that scripts.js file. On the right side of your screen is a browser rendering any changes we make to the HTML or the JavaScript. Now in the HTML, I'll scroll down a bit to line number 14. That's this nav area here is what you see as the navigation up at the top in my document. It is basically an unordered list made up of about 4 list items, and we are using that to create our navigation. Further down, we have a div tag on line 22, which I've ID'd as container. Within that, we have a main tag, and which is a semantic tag, and within that we have some h2s and, well, actually 1 h2 and about 3 paragraph tags. These will all come into play in a second. Back on the JavaScript file, let's first of all create a variable. So let's call it li for a second, and let that be equal to, and I'm going to use JavaScript here, jQuery again. That's going to be equal to, using jQuery, the power of jQuery, I'm going to target the unordered list in my HTML document. But I don't just want the unordered list. I'm also looking for list items within that unordered list, and I'm actually looking for the first list item in that unordered list. What I have just done on line number 3 is, by creating this variable li, I now have access to the first list item in that unordered list. So if I were to do an alert here on the second line there on line number 4, and I say, okay, I want to see what's inside of that list item. Well, jQuery has this nice HTML, or I should say JavaScript has this HTML method, which I can use. So I'll save that. If I refresh the browser screen, it's telling me that I've got an anchor tag inside of that list item, and there's also some text that's displaying on the page, which you see up above. So this tells me that I have access to list item on line 3 as an object. I'm going to, actually, before I get rid of that, well, actually, let's go ahead and get rid of this line, but I want to take that list item that I created up above on line 3, and again, use it as an object. And in this case, I am going to call upon my jQuery method. So there's an append to method that I can now pass into this append to method what I want to append to. So I want to take this list item that I've just created on line 3. Well, I didn't create it, I just grabbed it or created a handle to it. I can now append that to the unordered list. I'm going to save that. Let's refresh and see what happens. So right now the home button is on the top left corner of this area of my web page. If I refresh the browser screen, it drops down to the bottom. What just happened was I took the first list item in my unordered list and appended it to the unordered list. So in other words, I've added it to the bottom of that list. Now, just to demonstrate chaining, I can actually take this entire method here, including the period, and chain it on to the method up above. And I can actually get rid of line number 4 now. Let's save this, refresh the browser screen. Notice that nothing happens, right? The home was still appended too. But of course, I could have used the prepend instead. So I can prepend to something. And if I refresh the browser screen, the home goes back up to the top. But this is chaining, and this is jQuery in its full glory. Now, to demonstrate this cloning even further, or demonstrate the chaining even further, I can actually use now another method here, clone, which will clone the first item, which is the list item. I'll clone that using this method, the middle method, and then we can prepend it to the unordered list. So there's a lot going on here, and there's just this one line. Let's save that, refresh the browser screen, and notice now that I have 2 home buttons because I cloned the first one and then prepended it again, so it comes up to the top of that unordered list. Now what I want to do is I want to create a new element. So again, use the keyword new, and I'm going to say new element, meaning HTML element. And I can point that again using jQuery, the power of jQuery. I can say, okay, let's create a new paragraph tag. So I can insert the opening and closing paragraph tags there. And I can say something like, this is a paragraph. I can take this new element and do a lot of things with it. But what I want to do now, again using jQuery, is I want to target a specific area on the web page. Let's go back to index.html page for a second. Notice on line 22, I have a container div, then there's a main, then there's an h2 and a p tag, which is what you're seeing here. I want to insert that new element right between the h2 tag and the p tag. So between lines 24 and 25, I want to insert it right here on the browser screen. So how can I do that? Well, just like before, I can target the container, right? And to the right of that, main, and then to the right of that, the paragraph tag, but not just the paragraph tag. I want the first paragraph tag. Now, once I have this structure in place, I can go ahead and chain on another method called before, right? And then I can pass in to the before method my new element that I just created on line number 4. Let's save this. Now we can head over to our browser, refresh the browser page, and notice that the paragraph was inserted exactly where I wanted it. So again, this is the power of jQuery. Now I want to show you how we can create complex HTML documents using jQuery. So let's leave new element where it is, and what I want to do is I want to create an anchor tag, but it's not just any anchor tag. This is an anchor tag that I want to have some attributes and values added to. So let's just remove this for a second here and close this. So once you see these opening and closing braces, then you know that we are getting ready to insert some kind of a complex object. So I'm going to say this is an HTML element, and the value of that HTML is contact us. Now this happens to be the first name value pair in this structure, JSON structure. So I'm going to put a comma here, go down to the next, and say that the href of this element is going to be contact us.html. Now, of course, just about any other attribute that you can add to an anchor tag, you can actually put in here. So for example, if you had a class, I could put in a class here and pass in the class name as the value. But for now, I'm going to leave it like this. And what I want to do is I want to insert it right up here next to team weights. Now, because we have learned about the append to, I can use that to my advantage here. So I can say, let's take this new element that I just created and append it to, or append to it. So append to. And what do we want to append to? Well, we want to append to the unordered list that we have on this page. Now, there's just one unordered list here, so I can just do it like this. I'll save that, go back to the browser screen, and let's refresh the browser screen, and notice that contact us is appended to the rest of the navigation area. In this demonstration, let's have a look at AJAX requests. AJAX, or Asynchronous JavaScript and XML, is a way to interact with some external source, like a database, like a web server, like an API, and get the data from those external hits and do something with it. But do it in such a way that the browser is not affected a whole lot. So normally when we visit other pages, if you notice up at the top here, there's a little bit of a flash that goes on, especially right here. And that flash is telling the user, hey, this browser is working, it's doing something. But with AJAX, we can prevent some of that stuff from happening, some of that activity from going on in the browser. On the left side of the screen is Atom Editor, and it's opened up to the index.html page that you just saw. And we have a JavaScript file attached to that, as well as a JSON TXT file that we will be reading. On line number 7 of the HTML document, we have an external CDN connected up. And on line 32 of that HTML document, we are connecting to our scripts.js file, which is the middle tab in my editor here. So we are reading this file. I'll show you, it's just a bunch of name value pairs. We will be reading that file and trying to display it within the window, the white space here of this browser, without that flash happening up at the top. So in order to have that happen, we will construct a function that we're going to be calling. Back over in the HTML document, I do have a button on line 26 with an ID on it. So I'm going to construct, let's see, I'm going to make some space for myself between lines 2 and 3. And let's start with a jQuery function. I'm going to pass in the function keyword. The function has parameters and a function body. So I'm going to be using this function on line 3 to connect up to that button that I just showed you on the index.html page. Now this is an AJAX request, and jQuery does have an AJAX object. So I'm going to make some room between these curly braces, and I am going to try to get to that button that I just showed you on line 26 on the HTML document. That's the get data button there with an ID of get data. So $, and then double quotation marks, pound get data will give me access to that button as an object, and then I can listen for the click event of that object. Now when that click event happens, I'll pass in a function within the parentheses of that click event, and that function will have parentheses itself, and it will have a function body. Now it is inside of this function body is where I'm going to start constructing my AJAX object. That AJAX function has parentheses just like any other function in jQuery, and within that function is where I'm going to be passing the body that which is sort of like a JSON object that this AJAX method requires. This AJAX method requires quite a few things. It's going to require a URL, or in this case it's a file, but let's go with URL for now. And it requires the type of file that we're working with and the data type that we're going to be passing back and forth. Now, I know that the X on AJAX is for XML, but it can actually pass multiple different types of data. Now, upon the successful completion of this file read, we can execute a success function name value pair, and we can execute some code within the parentheses of that, or within the curly braces of that function. There can also be an error, and in that case we will deal with the error. So on line number 6, I have completed that name value pair of the AJAX object, the JSON body that I'm sending to that AJAX method, and I'm saying let's go ahead and read the file that you see on line number 1. What type of request are we making? Well, we're making a GET request, and the data type is of course JSON, which is inside of that json.txt file. Now, what happens if we are successful in reading that file? Well, now we can complete line number 9. I can expand that a little bit, and in fact, I can call the display data function on line number 17 at the moment. Why can I do that? Because I know that I have the AJAX method is going to tell me that it has successfully completed the request that I asked, meaning read the file. And now when I call that display data, I can actually pass the result of the read of that file. Now, I could also have a function. So on line number 12, I can expand that a little bit. And if there is an error, then I want to log that error to the console window. And I think that should do it. So let's save the changes that we've made. And if everything goes well, when I click on Get Records, which is the button on line 26 in the HTML file, then this function on line number 3 should fire off. We would make an AJAX request to the json.txt file, get some results from that, and pass it on to this display data function on line number 19. And that will then read through that, or iterate over that array. It's going to be an array in this case, and print everything out to the browser window. So let's refresh our browser page, click on Get Records, and notice that we are able to get that data without any kind of flash happening up at the top. So I can click on Get Records, and the page simply expands, fills up with the data that I requested, and no flash happening on the browser window. So this is an AJAX request using jQuery. In this demonstration, we're going to take a look at the deferred object from jQuery. What we have on the screen is an index.html file on the left tab, scripts.js file in the middle tab, and the text file we're trying to read with our JavaScript file. On the right side of your screen is a Mozilla browser, which we will be using to display any changes to the files on the left side of your screen. So let's take a look at the index.html file real quick. We have a link to our CDN, jQuery CDN on line 7, and down at the bottom on 32 we have a link to our JavaScript file that we're writing by hand. So jQuery deferred object works with asynchronous situations, like reading a file, like getting data from a database, like making an API call. These are all situations that have some kind of time delay attached to them. And when we use a deferred object, what we're saying is that we can go ahead and perform the action, but wait until it's finished before we actually move on to deal with the results of that work, whatever that work happens to be. So line number 3 is a function, getData function, that is being called from line number 17. That function call on line number 4 is an AJAX call if we are heading out to a file, which is the third tab on my Atom editor. It's a bunch of name value pairs. It's a JSON file. We will read that file, and if there's a success on line number 9, we are logging it to the console, which is what you're seeing in the browser screen at the bottom. If there's an error, we will simply execute line number 12 and pass that error off to the console window. So what we want to do now is turn this getData function on line 3 into a deferred object. So the first thing I might want to do then is I might want to insert a new variable and point that to the jQuery's deferred object. It's the constructor object. And now I have a DFD representing that deferred object. So line number 10 that's where the success is. So remember, a deferred object can either be resolved or rejected. So let's head over to that success area between lines 9 and 11. And I'll comment out the log for a minute, and I'm going to insert my DFD, and I'm going to call upon the resolve method. And because I have access to the result at this point, the result of reading the file, so the data from that file, I can actually pass that on in my resolve method. So I can insert that right into the parentheses of that resolve method. If there was a problem, then I'll go down to the error section on line 13, and on line number 15, I'm going to, instead of resolving it, well, let's comment out line number 14 first. Instead of resolving it, I am going to reject it, and I'm going to pass the error object instead of the result object. So now this entire function has now been turned into a deferred object, but I still need to do something else. On line number 18, I am going to return the deferred object instead of the result. Now, once we've done all of that, on line 21, where we are calling this function now, we have to deal with that a little bit differently. So instead of just getData and done with it, you actually have to chain on a done method to that getData method. That done method will deal with the results of the deferred object function. So the way you deal with that in jQuery is that you pass into the done method parentheses another function. That function will have parentheses, it'll have a body, and we will, of course, pass into that function the result object that we got from the deferred object up above. So from line number 11, if we call resolve, then done will have this done method on line 21 will have access to that result, and we can simply log that off to the console window. So if I were to save the document, save those changes, and refresh the browser screen, notice that we get the same result that we got before. Nothing has changed, which is good, but except now that this line number 22 won't fire until we get this success area here, making sure that actually worked. But what happens if there is an error? Well, in that case, we can't use the done method on line 21. We would have to use the then method. That then method takes two functions. So the first function will deal with the positive, and the second function will deal with the negative. Now, let me just clean something up here, and I think we should be good to go. So with the then method, whatever function you supply first will handle the resolve. Whatever function you enter second will handle any errors. So then that means instead of the second function on line 25 passing on the results, we should actually pass on an error object and log that to the console as well. So let's save these changes and see if there's any difference on the browser screen. So let's refresh, and we don't get anything. So let's see what may have gone wrong here. Okay, so I think instead of there being a parentheses, there should be closing braces here, and I think that should do it. So let's save that, refresh the browser screen here, and we get the array being returned. So what this proves is that the first function is handling the result, but what if there's an error? Well, let's create an error. Let's go back up to our file, and let's pretend that there was an error. So we looked for the wrong file in this case. So I just saved the changes, refresh the browser screen, and now what we have is the second function firing on line 25, and so we see the result of that error. So in this way, we have taken a function and turned it into a deferred object. And to make it even more secure, on line number 18, where we are returning that deferred object, we can actually promisify it, promise, by passing back or returning a promise object. And you'll see that it works in the same way. So let's return this back to the original, save everything, refresh the browser screen, and now we get our array back, except that now that we're getting, instead of getting a deferred object, we are now getting a promise object, which is a little bit more secure. In this demonstration, I'm going to take a look at callbacks with jQuery. But just keep in mind that it works the same with JavaScript. Now, for the example today, I am using the Node.js environment. Node.js is a free application that you can download. It uses pure JavaScript, and it allows us to create simple servers and work with databases and things like that. I'm also using a connection to a MongoDB database. Now, that part is not important. What is important is to show you an example of how callbacks can work and can be important. Now, before we get into the example, I want to talk a little bit about what callbacks are. Whenever we write a function in JavaScript, and that function takes parameters, it takes arguments, each one of those arguments can represent another object. It can represent a piece of data, which in fact could be considered an object. Now, all functions in JavaScript are first-class objects. So that means within the parentheses of a function in JavaScript, we can pass in other functions because they happen to be objects themselves. So yes, we can pass a function as an argument to another function and later execute that function that was passed in. Or we can return it back to the calling function to be executed some point in time later. This type of programming pattern is referred to as functional programming. It happens, for example, when we respond to events on the browser, like a click event, a hover event. It even happens with the set timeout function in JavaScript. When we pass a callback function as an argument to another function, the callback function that was passed in is executed at some point later inside the called function. This means that the callback, that the function that was passed in, is a closure. And closures have access to the function where it is heading to, the target function. It has access to all of that target function's scope, meaning it has access to the variables in that function. So what I have on the screen right now is a connection to a MongoDB database. That connection is being opened on line 8. Once we have that connection, on line number 10, we are creating a variable to represent that database. Then we are calling another function on, let's see, on line number 11, and we're passing in a reference to that database. In the getDocuments function, the called function, we are executing the find method, passing that to an array, and simply logging it off to the screen. Very simple. So over on the right side of my screen, I do have a terminal window opened to where this file is. So it's pointing to these files. And to run a Node application, Node.js application, it is simple as node and then call the file that we're working with. In this case, it's http:/server. If I hit the enter key, you'll notice that we get all of the data from the database. The problem is that cursor remains here and it just stays there. It doesn't close the database. In order for me to close it, I'll have to hit Control-C on the keyboard, which is sort of like a hard break. Let's try to fix that. What I want to do is use a callback to make this happen. So on line number 11, where I'm calling that database, I could also pass a callback function, and I can call it whatever I want. I can call it AB, ABC, whatever. For now, I'm going to call it callback, just for this example. So in line number 14, when I call that getDocuments function, or get documents, well, yeah, it is a function in this case. I have to pass in the callback that I created on line number 11. Now, at this point in time, well, we have to do something with that callback. Remember, we have to execute it at some point. So right after printing the result on line 17, I could, if I wanted to, call that callback like that. Now, at this point in time, if I were to save this document and try to run it, I will get an error because it will tell me that the callback is not defined. So it means that this callback is representing a function that we have not written as yet. So obviously, I can write a function anywhere I want and call it callback. But why not put the function in there at the same time? So for example, instead of callback, which represents a function, I can insert an anonymous function. And I can do something with that function. I could, if I wanted to, call that mclient reference to that database and close it finally, like that. So if I were to save this now and try to run the application again, notice that it ran, it gave me the results, and it also brought me back to the terminal window. I can continue to work with this terminal window. So we have solved the problem using a callback. Now I can go a little bit further. Remember that result? Remember I said that in the calling function, or the function that is being called, the callback has access to all of the variables in there. So let's take a look at how this can be useful. Take a look at line number 20. I've inserted the result there, meaning that when I call back the function on line number 8, I can pass it the result. So it means then that I can make some room for myself on line number 12 and print the result there. Now that I'm going to do that, I no longer need the console.log line on line number 20. So I've passed in a callback, and I've also returned with the result from another function. Let's save this. Oh, by the way, that is called a closure. And if I run the application again, notice that, okay, so it says result is not defined. And that is absolutely correct, because over here on line number 11, I forgot to include the result of the callback. So if we save that there now, and I run this function again, notice that everything works like it did before, except that now we are using the result of some other function in another function. This is called a closure. In this video, let's talk about jQuery plugins. Now, this video is about jQuery plugins from the point of view of development. But I will start by saying that plugins are a necessary part of jQuery, and there are tons of them out there. Plugins allow us to do things that was not there before in the original library that jQuery was built with. So essentially, a plugin is a new method or a set of methods that never existed before. Those methods extend the jQuery prototype object, which means that if you were to do this, you enable all jQuery objects to inherit any methods that you add to the whole pool. And using plugins are as easy as just plugging in a CDN or downloading a JavaScript file and putting it into the same files wherever you have the rest of your jQuery files or JavaScript files. Now, there are lots of plugin repositories out there, and simply type that into your search engine and you will find one. You can download a plugin that someone else has already built that you may find useful. Now, once you find a jQuery plugin that you like, be sure to go to the jQuery forums, or there's a channel called the jQuery, it's an IRC channel called the pound jQuery IRC channel, and you will get a lot of information there. To access the IRC channel, you would need a special application. Just keep that in mind. And in terms of installation and configuration, well, I did mention before, you can use CDNs, or you can download the various files, the various plugins as JavaScript files, and simply insert them into the folders that you already have, and make sure that your HTML pages know where these files live. But in terms of writing your own plugins, there are a few basic best practices that you might want to observe. Take a look at an existing statement from jQuery. There's the $p.mouseover function, and I've used this actually in one of my web pages. Basically, this is just adding a class to a paragraph tag that the mouse is hovering over. Now, that $P there, that's not just a P tag on your page. That's an actual jQuery object that is being returned every time you mouse over a paragraph. This jQuery object actually inherits all of its methods from something called the $.fn object, which in turn contains all the methods associated with your elements. So things like mouse over, mouse out, CSS, all of the methods that are associated with your P tag. So if ever you want to write your own methods, then all of these other methods gets added or chained on to this pool of methods that the paragraph object has. On the right window, it makes sense that if you wanted to create your own unique method, we need to add it first to that $.fn object. So this is the basic way of adding new methods or creating your plugins. Let's talk about plugins generally. Now, it is possible to chain multiple actions onto one selector. All of the chained methods in the background actually return the original jQuery object. But one exception to this when you're thinking about chaining is something called the with method. With of any element simply returns the width of the selected element, and also it is not chainable. So all other methods are chainable except with. When jQuery is operating with other jQuery libraries, or JavaScript libraries I should say, conflict can occur around that $ alias. So there's a special function called jQuery.noConflict. That's a method, and that can be used to avoid some conflicts. Also, all of your code should really go into a self-invoking function. Now, within your new function, always just use one instance of that $.fn object to avoid overriding other plugins or to avoid having your plugin override. So only one instance of the $.fn object should be used. jQuery objects contain one or more elements. So if your plugin needs to access a specific element, the each method must be used along with some kind of loop. So whenever you use each, make sure that you use a loop with it. It is possible to pass in options to your plugin. However, in this case, it is better to wrap up your plugin into something called an object literal. So that's a JavaScript object literal. So these are some basics about plugins and how you can start using them. Of course, definitely go to jQuery.com to get more information about this. In this demonstration, I'm going to use a particular jQuery plugin to help out in a particular situation. What we have on the screen is an HTML document that is essentially a form. And I'm going to implement a jQuery validator to help with this form or help validate the fields in that form. So let's take a look at the code for the HTML document. On line number 8, we have that link to the validator. Now, most validators would be that you download the code and you put it into the same folder with your jQuery code. But in this case, it happens to be a CDN. It happens to be a very popular validator that I'm using here, something like the jQuery UI. Now, this validator has a CDN, and notice that the validator is right after the CDN to the jQuery main library itself. So these two must go in this kind of order. Further down this page, on line number 45, we do have a link to the local scripts file that I'm going to be using to implement the validator. Also on this document, we have our form on line 26. The name of that form is FRM collect weights. We have two fields on the form, one for name, obviously an alpha field, and one for weight, obviously some kind of a numeric field. Notice that I also have on line 29, where I do have that input field, I do have a name value there, a name attribute. It is important that whenever you use these kinds of validators that you go to the website, usually they're on GitHub, and find out the specifics of how to use them. So in this case, this validator requires the name attribute to be present, not just the ID as we normally do. So this form is ready to be used. So over in my scripts.js file, I have already started implementing the jQuery validator. Now let's ignore the rest of the code on this page. This is a file that I've used for other videos in the series. Now, in order to use that validator, we have to first of all specify, using the jQuery way of specifying elements on the web page, we have to specify that element that we're working with. And so in this case, we are pointing to the FRM collect weights. We're saying that the form on this page with the name of that is going to be using the validate method. So line 3 is complete, and the validate method, if you notice, requires some kind of a complex object. So basically, it is a series of name-value pairs that we need to fill in order to have this validator work. And again, this is information that would come from the website or the GitHub website where this validator lives. So in line number 4, we have our rules. Again, it is a complex object, so that's why you're seeing the curly braces for the value part of this name-value pair. On line 5, we're going to have a message to go along with each rule. And from lines number 6 to 10, this entire block of code would have come from the validator website. Basically, this is just the form submission part. You would fill this in when you're ready to submit the form. But in the meantime, we are just validating the fields. So the first rule we might want to have is checking that name field. And that also will be a complex object for the value part of it. Now, for every rule, there has to be a message. So I also want to implement the messages part of that, this entire structure. And from there, we can decide, well, what else do we want to have? Well, maybe we want to deal with the weight as well. And that also will be a complex object. And we are going to have a message for the weight. Now, for emp name, we want to make sure that the user fills out that field. So we have to say that that field is required. And so in this case, that required happens to be true, not false. So if that field is required, then what message do we want to send to the user? Well, maybe we want to say that the name is required. Now, I happen to be in the messages area, so I'm going to go ahead and complete the next one, which happens to be the min length. So basically what we're trying to say is that the name cannot be less than, I think, 3 characters in this case. So over on line number 7, I'm going to include the min length, and that is going to be 3. Now, if you're wondering where I get all these min length and required, that is all coming from the documentation. So let's turn our attention to weight now. So what do we want to do with weight? Well, it's definitely required, so let's make that equal to true. And let's implement a message for that. So for example, we're going to say that the weight is required. And while I'm at the weight part, the messages part here, I'm also going to put in a message for the numeric part of it. So that name must be a number. And over on line number 11, I'll say that the digits is true in this case. So again, I got all of this information from the website. And now I'm going to save all of that. I'll refresh the browser screen. And if I click on save weight, notice that the validator has already kicked in. So in this way, we can implement a validator, in this case, to solve a specific validation problem. And there are lots of jQuery plugins out there that will do different tasks. In this demonstration, I'm going to take a look at the relationship between CSS selectors and jQuery selectors. What we have on the page are documents that I've used in other videos in this series. For example, the index.html page is the page that you're seeing on the right side of your screen in that browser, Mozilla Firefox browser. On the left, where the code is, the code happens to be in an Atom editor. And I do have on this page 3 paragraph tags. And in my scripts file, I'm actually targeting those paragraph tags, looking or listening for the mouse over event. And once that fires, we will add a class called light yellow. That effect gives me this effect as I roll over each of the paragraph tags. I also have in this set of files a styles.css file, and as you can actually see down at the bottom here on line 107, there is the light yellow CSS class. But I also have another class here called form separator, which I'm using on my form. So in the browser, if I head over to the document for enter weight, that HTML document, you see 2 input fields there, as well as a button. This is the HTML page that I'm using that form separator CSS class. So in the scripts file, instead of a p tag, what I could do is add the class, the form separator class. I could put that in there and do it also for the mouse out event. And I'll save that. Now, look at what's going to happen. If I refresh this browser screen, remember, wherever this form separator is, it's going to add a light yellow background to it. Now, that form separator is not really here on the top input box, but it happens to be at the bottom input box. And notice what happens. The background turns yellow. So it is possible for me to use a CSS class as my selector in jQuery. So in the same token, let's head back out to index.html and notice that going back to these 3 paragraphs that I have on that page, let's switch back to the browser to that page. Now over in the scripts file, I could do something like this. I can target just the first paragraph tag. So I could do something like this, P, and then first, right? And same thing down here, P, colon, first. Now these are normally CSS selectors, but I can use them with jQuery as well. So I just saved that page change there. If I refresh the browser screen, notice that it's not happening on the 3rd paragraph. It's not happening on the 2nd paragraph, but the first one, I get the background color changing. So that CSS selector works with jQuery as well. We can take this further. Now, if you remember in my navigation area, let's switch over to the index.html page again. In my navigation area, I have navigation happening with 4 different links. They're all anchor tags within list items, within a UL, an unordered list. Let's head back over to my scripts file, and I can target that unordered list just like I would do if I'm writing a class, a CSS style for it. I can target that UL. There's only one on the page, luckily. Let's say li. I can go for the first list item. I'm going to copy this from here and paste it down here. Now, let's save this for a second. If I go back over here to my browser and I refresh the page, notice that I do have a background happening already, and that's because I'm using an actual CSS style for that. In fact, I'm going to head back up to where that style is located. It should be right here. Now, I don't want to use the style anymore, so I'm going to use my Atom editor here to toggle comments around it. I'm going to save that file, that change, refresh the browser screen. Notice that well, it happens on the home screen because we already did this part right here. So let's just change that for a second so that we see something actually happening. What I'm going to do is I'll copy this light yellow class and paste it underneath, and I'm going to call it light pink. And I'm also going to change light yellow to light pink, like that. Let's save that. Now over in my scripts, I can, instead of using li yellow, I'm going to use li pink. And I'll do the same thing for the remove class. I'll save that. So what is going to happen at this point is that if I refresh the browser screen, the effect won't happen for the rest of the list items, but it will happen for the first one, the home tag. Great. So just to make this a little bit clearer, let's remove the list item and just leave the unordered list for now. If I refresh the browser screen, notice that the entire unordered list turns pink. And that's because there's only one unordered list here. What I could do instead is something like this. I could do href like that and do the same thing underneath, href. So that means that any item on this page that has this href attribute associated with it will turn light pink once I hover over it. So let's refresh the browser page. Now there are a few things that have that href, that anchor tag. So for example, my Skillsoft weight tracker up at the top, that has an href, and all of these other tags underneath do have hrefs on them. And the effect is not happening because there is a typo here. Let's put this back in there, save that, refresh the browser screen, and now it should be happening. But notice that I'm getting the same effect just using jQuery instead of CSS. So again, this demonstrates the relationship between jQuery and the CSS. And to give you another option in terms of adding styles to your pages, or doing something else with jQuery and the CSS attributes, the CSS values that you have on your HTML document. In this demonstration, I'm going to talk about jQuery's data methods. The data methods allow developers to associate some kind of data with a specific element or maybe a bunch of different elements on the web page. So DOM elements is what we're talking about here. So what I have on the page are documents that you may have seen me use before in other videos. We have our teamweights.html file here, which basically reads JSON file, and then using this div tag on line 26 would display all of the documents that we get from that particular JSON file. So on this HTML page is a Get Data button, and of course we do have our links to the jQuery library as well as a link to the local JavaScript file. So on the left tab, there's the local JavaScript file, and you may have seen this function used before in other videos. This is a function that would read a JSON file, happens to be a text file, and would get some kind of result from that file and then pass it on to display data, which will then use the DOM to iterate over that array and pull out the data, the pieces of data, and then use the inner HTML of that div tag that I showed you to show the data. On the right side of your screen is a Mozilla browser, and if I were to refresh, click on Get Records, you see that that's exactly what happened. We read the file and we displayed the data using that div tag. Let's refresh here for a second. So what we're going to do now is use jQuery's data method to do the same thing, basically. The advantage of using the data method is perhaps in a situation where you want to associate some data with a DOM element, and you may not be using all of the data at one point in time, but you know that at some other time you may want to use different parts of the data. Then you can simply associate that entire data set with that DOM element, and then you can use pieces of that data in different situations. What I'm showing you here today is the mechanics of how this works. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable on line 14. I'm going to call it recs, and I'm going to point it to our records div tag on the teamweights.html doc. As you can see, I'm using jQuery's $ and then the name of the div tag in this case. So recs now represents that div as an object. The next thing I want to do is to use the jQuery data method, and that's the whole purpose of this video. I'm going to pass it two things. First is the div tag that I want to associate some data with, and then the second parameter would be the data itself. Remember, result is an array of JSON documents. So we can associate our div tag with that data. Once we've done that, then I can pass to the display data method recs itself, which is on line 14. So not $ data, but recs. Then on line 25, where we have our display data method, I can accept recs as a parameter, and now I can iterate over that object. Now remember, what I have done on line 14 is created an object array. This is not just a regular array, but it is a JavaScript object. So it means then that I would have to get the length of that object using object.keys instead. So we just can't use recs.length. That will not work. So object keys, I'll pass it the recs itself, and actually not just the recs itself, but I have to, and of course get the length of it, but I have to prepend that recs with a $.data. And now at this point I can get the length of that object. Now in the same way as I build up my HTML to send to the browser, so on line 28 actually, where before we were just iterating over the array, now we're iterating over an object. So I have to use this data recs, so $.data, and then open close parentheses recs, the element of that, so emp name in this case, and then further down we're going to use the same technique for emp weight. And that's all I would have to do. Let's save this, and if I refresh this browser screen for the new changes to take place, and I click on Get Records, notice that it works exactly the same way. The only difference is that we are using $.data, so it's a jQuery method, and passing it both the DOM element as well as the dataset that we want to have associated with that DOM element. In this exercise, you will use jQuery's AJAX method to make a GET request to a particular endpoint. Here is the endpoint. We will display the result in the console window, so you don't need to use the DOM for this. Cater for any errors that might occur during the request, and of course use the JSON data type. At this point, you may pause the video and try out this little exercise, but definitely return to the video to see how I would accomplish this task. To help me diagnose this problem and solve it, I have an HTML document with the jQuery library CDN on line 7. On the line 33, we have a link to our scripts.js file, which we'll be using for this AJAX request. And on line number 26, I do have a button with the ID of getData, which we'll be using to listen to. Let's head over to the scripts.js file, and let's start writing our function. So this is a typical jQuery function body. Let's go ahead now and open that up a little bit, and so we can start writing or inserting our AJAX call. So on line number 3, that's a basic jQuery setup. We can pass into it the DOM element that we're looking or want to listen to. That's getData, the button that I just showed you before. And we can chain on to that a click method or to click function that we're listening for. And once that click event happens, we're going to pass in a function. That function will have parentheses, of course, as well as a function body. And it is this function that we'll be using to make our AJAX request. So let's open that up a little bit. And so now we can start typing in our jQuery AJAX method. That's a method, so it has parentheses. But that AJAX method is going to take a complex object. So let's put in our curly braces for that and start supplying now the various name value pairs for this AJAX request. So the first thing that we might want to do is put in the URL so that the AJAX request knows where to go get our data. We will also need the type of request. That's a GET or a POST, things like that. And we are going to need a data type. In this case, it will be JSON. Now, two things can happen as a result of our AJAX call. We can either have a successful call or we can have some kind of a failure. So these are the 5 basic name value pairs that is required for our AJAX method to be successful. Because the URL is the first line 5, I'm putting a comma there because we have 4 others to go. And I'm making some room for myself so that I can insert the various values into these various names here. So definitely we need curly braces, but our success on line number 8 will take a function. That function will have parentheses as well as a function body. The same for our error. But instead, well, yeah, it's the same thing. It's a function body and parameters, but it's the last, line number 9, that's the last name value pair, so I do not need a comma for that. So let's insert the JSON placeholder URL that was given to us in the question. That goes on line 5. The type of request, of course, is a GET request, and data type I mentioned was JSON. And from there on, we can start defining our function for success. Remember, the question asked us to send everything off to the console window, so we are going to console log the result, whatever that result happens to be. And in this case, it is the data that we're getting back from our AJAX request to the URL on line number 5. So that, of course, goes into the log area so that we can see what's going on the log window, the console window. However, for the error, well, first of all, let's go ahead and log whatever it is we're logging, but it's going to be an error this time, not a result. So let's log that to the console window. Let me save all of these changes. And if I refresh the browser screen on the right, which is reflecting the changes that I make on the left, if I click on Get Records in the browser window, we should see the object that was returned from this public URL here. So in this way, we can create an AJAX request and pass it various name value pairs in order to deal with any data or any errors that might occur from that request. In this demonstration, we're going to build a simple Angular 7 app and look at the structure of that app. Now on the screen, I am working with Ubuntu and I have my file system opened, and we are going to ignore the name of this folder for a second. But what I want to do is open up this folder in a terminal so that I can run the command to create this app. The command is simple: ng new, and I'm going to call my app skills. So skills like that, hit the enter key, and it is going to go ahead and ask me a few questions. I will, of course, walk through these real quick so that the build process can get started. I'm going to pause the video while this is building, and I will return as soon as I have an application to show you. Now the application is complete, and I can simply type ng serve, and that will compile the application that I already have. Now it's telling me that the command needs to be inside of the folder. So remember, we did create a folder create an application called skills. So Angular 7 will put all of my files into that skills folder. So I need to cd into it first, and then I can run the ng serve command, which will compile the application for me. Again, I will pause the video while this is going on. The application was compiled, and now it is being served on port 4200. So let's open up a browser and let's head over there. So it's localhost 4200. If I hit the enter key there, notice that we already have a boilerplate application. Let's move this over to the right a little bit so that we can keep an eye on that as we make changes to this application. What is important though is to show you that inside of our skills folder, remember this was not there before. If we head in there and, well, let's first of all tidy this up a bit. Let's open up any one of these files actually with the Atom editor, and we can start looking at the various parts of this application. The first thing you'll notice about this application is that it is huge. There are a lot of files that were generated for us on the fly. But the most important folder is the source folder, src. And if we drill down in there, you're going to see several files. Again, a lot of these files you don't have to really worry about, but definitely you want to take a look at this app folder here, because that's the component that is showing you the visual part of this browser is coming from that app component. In fact, if I click on this app component.html file, there you'll see all the various related items from the browser. It's related to this HTML document here. Another important file is the app module.ts. This is sort of your root. So this will sort of drive the rest of the application. So the things that you put in here will become available to the rest of the application once you start building components and things like that. Also, notice the naming convention. So for example, this particular component was built for us automatically. It's called app, and notice that it's actually called app component on line number 5 here, and it's being imported from app component. So this naming convention will repeat itself when you start building your own components. Let's go ahead now and build a component. So over on our, well, we won't be able to use that window because it is running. Let's open up a new terminal, and first of all, we need to open this terminal in the app folder itself. So let's head back over to where our folder is. And let's see right here. Let's open up a terminal there. And now we can type in something like ng generate component. And I'm going to call my component home. Let's hit the enter key. That will generate that component for me. If I head back into the file system, notice that I have a home folder there now. And if we were to drill down into that for the HTML, notice it says home works. Let's take a look at home components.ts and take a look at the name of our selector here. It's called app home. I'm going to copy that, and let's go back to that root that I mentioned before, app component home. And for now, let's get rid of just about everything here. Let's leave the router part for now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a tag based on that app home. And you'll notice that once I do that and the screen refreshes, it will say home works because that's what's coming from the home component. So basically, this is the structure that we'll be working with from now on. You'll build your basic application, then add different components to that application, and then create things like routing, do forms, connect to services, connect to other servers. There's a lot that we can do with Angular 7, but this is the basic structure of it, and this is how we're going to get started with this type of application building. In this demonstration, let's consider reactive forms in Angular 7. Angular 7 gives us two different types of forms, reactive forms and template-driven forms. Template-driven forms are the ones that are a little bit more traditional. For example, I have on the left-hand side of your screen here just a regular HTML form. And on the right-hand side, let's head over to enter weight where we see that form being rendered. This is the traditional approach. With reactive forms, though, it's more component-based. It's more model-based. Reactive forms gives developers a little bit more control, and that kind of results in better testable forms, I should say. There is some decoupling between the HTML, CSS, and the component itself. So we can implement features like correlated validations, reactive transformations. We can even handle things like runtime validation and dynamic field duplication. So there's a lot of power with reactive forms. Let's turn the form that we have right now, which is just a regular HTML form, into a reactive form, again using Angular 7. And the first thing that I'm going to do is go over to the app module.ts and import the necessary modules. So for example, on line 11, I've just inserted the reactive forms module. We get that from Angular Forms. And under imports on line 20, we are going to insert the reactive forms module there. That's all the change we need for app module.ts. Now, as I save, hit Ctrl S on the keyboard, the browser on the right-hand side will refresh itself and show you any changes that we make. It'll render on that browser. Let's head over now to enter weight component. That's the one that you're seeing on the screen on the browser window. That's the form that we have. So let's head over there now and basically do the same thing. Let's import the necessary modules. So for example, we're going to need the form builder module and the form group module. Then what we might want to do is on line 13, let's create an instance of that form group and give it a name. So in this case, it's going to be called collect weights form. Now for this component, I already have a constructor and it is right here on line 20. So I would have to insert another parameter here to handle my form builder. So basically I've created an instance of that form builder, which I'll use later. In fact, I'll head down here to the initialization area here. So whenever the component is initialized, I'm going to first of all create that form that we're going to be using on the web page. So on line 47, I'm going to take the form, the name of the form, and it is called collect weights form. Let's take that and point it to our form builder. So that would be this.fb.group. That constructor takes an object, and it is there that we will build our form. So it's going to be emp name, and that's going to be empty to start with. And our next name value pair is emp weight. That also is empty to start with. I'm going to save those changes now. The browser will refresh. So the only thing left now is to work with the HTML itself. So on line 16, where that form is, I am now going to use the control form group directive and point that to the name of my form, which is collect forms. Now what I want to do is go to each input and use form control name and give my form controls names. So one for emp name, On line 23, one is for emp weight. And that would be it. That's all I would have to do. Let's save that. And you'll see the browser screen refresh. Now, in order to show you the communication between this form and the component, way down at the bottom on line number 28, in fact, I'm going to make some room there. So line 29, that's where I'm going to use interpolation. And I'm going to use the name of my form, collect weights form, the value of that, and pipe it to JSON, just like that. I'm going to save those changes. Now notice what's going to happen on the browser page. We now see emp name and emp weight. And if I were to enter some values here, you would see that those values popping up inside of those curly braces. So I have now connected my form to my component, and I'm ready to go further. For example, we can add validation and lots of other features to this form, as it were. In this demonstration, we will continue working with Angular 7. I'm going to show you how Angular 7 can be used for getting data from external sources. Now, in this case here, I don't have an actual external source like an API or a database, but I do have a text file which will simulate getting data from an API or web server. Now, I've already built an application, and I am just adding to that application. And this is the application that you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side, Angular is already being served at localhost 4200, and you see the result of that there. But of course, every time I make a change to the application and save it, the web page on the right side in that browser will refresh to reflect the changes that I'm making. Before I get into the actual code itself, let's take a look at the assets folder. And inside of that assets folder, there's a json.txt file, which I've used before in other examples. It is actually an array of JSON objects. That's the file we'll be reading. So we'll need to provide a relative path to this file. So the first thing that we want to do in app_module.ts, remember this is kind of like the base or the root of your application. We need to import the necessary packages and things like that. So somewhere, I think just before line number 8 there is where I'm going to import the necessary package. The package is called HTTP client module, and we get that from angular/common/HTTP, that particular library. Every time you import something using the app_module.ts file, usually we have to do something below, like around line number 19 where the imports are. I'm going to import that HTTP client module there so it becomes available to the rest of the application. We don't have to do anything for providers because the HTTP client will do all of the work for us. Now that we have that HTTP client module available, let's head over to the file that is going to be using this, or the component that's going to be using this, which is the team weights component. So I'm going to be using this file here, team weights. HTML file is rendered on the right side. We will be populating that data right underneath the show records for team. So the first thing I want to do is head over to that team weights component.ts file, which is my second tab here, and we will do something similar. We are going to import not the HTTP client module, so we are going to import the HTTP client itself from the same package. It's the same Angular common HTTP. Now, in the class itself, on line number 9, I am going to, first of all, create, on line 10, create a variable of type any, meaning it can be any object. And that is going to be, that allWeights variable is going to hold the data array that will be returned from that file read. Now, in the constructor on line number 11, we can create a private variable there called HTTP, and that is going to represent our HTTP client. So I've just injected the HTTP client into the class. From that point on line number 14, I can use that HTTP client as an object, and I can access the get method of that object and point it to that file that I mentioned before. Remember, it's in the assets folder, and it's called json.txt. So I've given it a relative path to the file that I'm going to be reading. Of course, if you had an HTTP URL, you would insert it there. line number 14 as it is now will return in an observable. And we are going to pass that observable to our allWaits variable that we created on line number 10. So this dot allWaits. And then we will take that and pass it on to the TeamWaits HTML itself. So let's head over now to this file here, which is the TeamWaits component.html. Around line number 17, that's our div tag for records, and that's where we will be inserting or displaying our data. So that data, remember, it's an array, so we could use the ng4 here, and we'll point it to that. In fact, we're going to create a statement now to pick out or to grab each of the elements of that array. So emp is going to represent each of the lines of data there. So it's emp of all weights. But remember, this is observable. So I have to now port everything that I'm getting back to an async method. So it's a pipe and then async. That is going to unwrap all of that data for me. And at this point now, I can use interpolation to display the data. So I'm going to create a sentence here to print on the screen. And we are now going to insert those variable emp and the field that we want to display, which is emp name. So that's the first thing. So emp name weighs and whatever emp name weighs. So that happens to be emp weight in the array. Now I don't have anything for date as yet, so I'm just going to fill that in with some square brackets and a placeholder for future implementation. So I believe that's all we really need to do here. Let's save that now, and as the page refreshes on the right side of your screen, you're going to see that it fills up with the data that I've read from that text file. So this is the way you would implement some kind of an API call, some kind of a database call or text file call. You'll use the HTTP client module and the HTTP client itself to implement some kind of API call. In this demonstration, we will use Angular 7 to demonstrate routing. What I have on the screen is an Angular app that I've already built. We see the files on the left-hand side in the Atom editor, and on the right-hand side is a Mozilla browser rendering any changes I make to that file. In fact, I'm going to now remove most of the details here, except for router outlet. We have to leave that in place at the root app component.html file. We have to leave that in there in order for routing to work. But I'll delete everything else and save the document as I save. On the right side of the page, that Mozilla screen will refresh and show you the changes that I've just made. When the application was built, I was asked a few questions, and one of them was, do I want to implement routing? So I've just clicked on the app module.ts file, and immediately on line number 4, you see something here that would not have been here had I not chosen Y for routing. So they've imported the app routing module for me, and they've already also gone ahead and under the imports, starting on line 11, they have included that app routing module. So now this module is available to the rest of the application. Apart from all of that, if we look again in the file section, you will see an app routing module.ts file there. If I click on that, you will see that they have already imported the routes and the router module. They've created a routes array for me on line 4. And these are the modules that we're going to be using to implement routing. At this point, we simply have the root application being served from 4200 and nothing else is there. Let's create a new component now and create some routing to that. In order to create a new component, I would have to go to the folder in the terminal window where this application lives and type in ng new or generate component. Let's give the component the name of home for now. That will generate that new component for me. I will close this window as I no longer need it. And over in the editor, you see there's a home folder with the component files in there. Perfect. Let's take a look at the component that I just created and the HTML inside of it. It simply says homeworks, and this is Angular's way of letting you know that there's something inside of this file. What if I went to /home? You will notice that it simply reverts back to the 4200 that we created initially. So what I want to do now is create a path to that module, and we will use the app routing module to do that. So inside of our routes array, let's open that up and start creating an object. The path, we'll insert path and give it the value of home in this case. And that is going to point to our home component. And that home component, actually, what I should have done was put component before home component. Now, there's something interesting here about this home component that I'm using here. If we go back into the home component, the TS file, notice that the class that is being exported is called home component. Notice the spelling of that. It is extremely important, especially if you're new to Angular 7, to not miss that. You need to spell these things correctly, otherwise it won't work. Now, I have mentioned or stated on line 5 that I wanted to use this home component in my routes, but I have not imported it. So let's go back up here and import that component. So we are importing the home component, remember that spelling, and we're importing it from a local file. So from the place where we're at, and then we will go into that home folder, and to the right of that, you will see home.component like that. Let's go ahead and save those changes now. So with these changes in place, I should now be able to go to that home endpoint, and there I should see homeworks, because that is what is being served from this file. Now, at this point, if I were to go to just about any, let's just say I made a spelling mistake here and I went to home me instead, and I hit the enter key, it will revert back to the root, which is welcome to skills. I wanted to revert back to the home page. In other words, I wanted to go to or be redirected to this home address here, this home URL. I always wanted that to happen. So let's see how we can implement that. Now, in order to show this a little bit better, I have changed around the size of my screens a little bit so we can see the full address at the top of my browser. Now, we need to implement this behavior so that when our user go to any place on our website URL, they should be redirected to the home page. So I've just made a copy of the first path, and I'm going to change the first path here to just nothing. In other words, I'm saying if you get into this area, this website, this web URL, any area, any part of that, and you happen to be on any part of that and it does not work, then I want you to redirect everything to a specific path. And I'm going to do that now with the redirect keyword. So redirect to, and I'm going to supply that with the address I want to redirect to, which is home. And I'm also going to add in one last parameter here, which is path match, meaning that I don't care where you end up on this page. If it doesn't work, I'd like you to go to the home page. Now, this comes directly from the website, so we just implement that right there. And we need to put a comma here because it is two objects we have in our array. Notice that the page redirected, and now if I go to just the home or just the root, hit the enter key, notice that it keeps going back to the /home because I have asked it to do that using this redirect here. So it's easy to implement routing as long as you follow these procedures. Remember the spelling of these different components. And if you were to add new components, simply import that component here and add them to add the component to the routes array. And then you can do /about us, /employees, and so on. In this demonstration, we are going to start using Vue.js, and we will be using it with a CDN. On your screen right now on the left side is an application that I built with pure HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. On the right side of that screen is a browser rendering any changes I make to the HTML. So that HTML document right now, index.html, does not have the CDN in it, so I will include that between the head tags. Now, of course, I'm using a CDN here because I am in a learning environment, but if you were to do this in production, it would be better to download the Vue.js library locally or install it via npm and use it there. But for now, let's just go ahead and include a pair of script tags between our head tags in the HTML doc. So there's an opening and closing script tags there on line number 7. I will also include a source attribute and give it the value of this CDN, which is rather long. So I'll just go ahead and insert it in there. Now, in order to take advantage of this particular library, I would have to use a local scripts.js file, which I already have here. It's already part of my system, but there's nothing in it. If I switch over to that tab where my scripts.js file is, you can see it's completely empty at the moment. So what I need to do then is go down to the bottom somewhere and insert that, maybe somewhere before the body tag, the ending body tag. I'll insert a pair of script tags there on line 49. The source for this one, however, will be a local file, so it's inside of a folder called scripts, and the name of my file is scripts.js. I'll save all of these changes. Nothing will happen on the browser side, but I will soon go over to my scripts.js file and start writing the code to take advantage of that Vue.js library. For this demonstration, I'm going to require some information. I'll insert a library in this case. So my library is called, not library, but an array. I'm going to insert an array. So there's a recipes array. It's an array, so it's got those square brackets in it. And I'm going to insert a few items, maybe about 4 different items in here. So first is grilled chicken, minced beef, etc., etc. Now I have an array that I can use to demonstrate my new Vue.js application, my new Vue.js library. So on line number 5, I am going to create an app. Now we are into the part where Vue.js is important. So typically the way you'd start using Vue.js is with an app, and you're going to point that to the Vue.js library that you imported. So now app becomes an object of the library. So that gives you access to all of the features, all of the methods and the properties of the Vue.js library. Now, what the constructor is going to expect from us is an object. So we're going to use those curly braces there. And inside of that object, we can start by, first of all, identifying a part of the DOM that we want to use. And we'll identify that part of the DOM with the app keyword. Now that I have that there, I am also going to include a data element. Notice the comma between the first name value pair of the structure. So I'm going to include some data, and that data in itself will be a structure of its own. So then the value will be a structure of its own. And within that data, you can insert just about anything. I am going to insert I'm actually going to take the recipes from line number 2 and insert it as part of my application. So on line number 8, the recipes, meaning this recipes, is going to be pointing to the recipes on line number 2. So what this code between line 5 and 9 is saying is that we are now using the library as app, and we have to identify some portion of the DOM in order to use all of the features, all of the power of that particular library. I'm also saying that I am passing to that library a data that I've locally created. So it's not part of the library that I imported via CDN. This is my own data item that I want to use in my browser. So I'm going to save all of these changes. Now, how do I use this information? I have an array here with all kinds of things in it. How do I use it? Well, back over in my index.html file, I have to first of all identify some part of that DOM where I'm going to be using my app. Notice on line 36, I've already included within the section tag, it's a semantic tag. I've given that an attribute ID of app, meaning this app in the scripts file on line number 5. So it means then that I could now use all of the features of app, meaning I can use all of the features of Vue.js as well as my own data. So back over here, I could, between lines 38 and 41, I want to use the array that I just created. So because I have wrapped up this area between my section tags starting on 36, ending on 42, anything that I do in between there can now access that library, access my data. So on line 38, I'm going to include a pair, well, two pairs of curly braces. This is called interpolation. And those two pairs of curly braces allow me to access the data and other features of the library. So I'm going to continue on line 39, 40, and 41 with these two pairs of curly braces. And now I can access the data like this. So recipes and then whatever. So because I have 4 items in my recipes array, I can start including them in here. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'll save these changes. Now when I refresh the browser screen, notice this under healthy recipes here. Notice something is going to happen. I refresh and there are all of the values that were inside of that array. So in this way, it is very easy to get started with Vue.js. In this demonstration, I'm going to use Vue.js to demonstrate how we can bind a value in a form field to our app that we've been building. On the left side of your screen is an application that I started building with HTML, and I've added Vue to it. On the right side of your screen is a Mozilla browser that will render any changes I make to the app and the HTML. On the left side of your screen is the Atom editor, and it's displaying the HTML as well as the scripts file that we will create. Now on line number 7, I'm using the enter weight HTML form this time because it does have a form in it with 2 fields and a button and everything. So I'm just going to show you right now, we have already hooked up to our Vue.js library on line number 7. And further down, I have a pair of script tags that I'm pointing to the local scripts.js file, which I'll be using to write my Vue.js code. Now, I also have on this page, just temporarily, a pair of span tags, which you see displayed right now in a different purple color. I'm using that just to demonstrate the binding, the two-way data binding between our form and our app. So I'm going to be using these span tags here to display some information. And in fact, I'm going to use those double curly braces, those mustache interpolation characters to display first of all, the name and the weight of the data items that I'm going to be using. So one is going to be emp name, the other is going to be emp weight, and I'll show you how we deal with those in a moment. But for now, let's just continue on the HTML document, and I'm going to use my main tag starting on line 23, ending on line 39. And the reason I'm using this is because my form is encapsulated within these main tags. So I'm going to use my app and point my main tags to my app so that the features and the properties and methods of that application will be available to my form. Now the main purpose of this demo is to show you how we can wire up our emp name and emp weight to work with our app, which is inside of my scripts file, which I'll come back to in a minute. But let's finish up with the HTML first. Now, the emp name field on my HTML document, I'm going to use a Vue directive called vModel, and I'm going to point that to emp name, which happens to be the same name that I'm using in my app on my scripts file. Let's do the same thing with emp weight, but with emp weight, it's a little bit different. We are using vModel, of course, to make that connection between what you see on the page and what our app has, the data structure there. But this is going to be, I'm going to attach the number property onto this vModel directive just to indicate to my Vue.js app that this is in fact a numeric field. So right off the bat, we can tell Vue that, hey, this emp weight is a numeric field. It's not an alpha field. Great, I think we're done for now with our HTML. I'll save everything, go back to my scripts.js file. And the reason I left all of the other data stuff in here is because I just wanted to show you that our data structure within our app can be expanded. So for example, I can just put a comma there, put my emp name, and I'm going to just make it null for now. I'm also going to use my emp weight here. Now, these two fields inside of my data structure means that I'm now bound to, again, using this V model, to my emp name and emp weight field on the form itself. So with just those little changes, I have now wired up my emp name and emp weight field. So you'll notice that, again, I'm using that span tag down at the bottom. You'll notice that once I refresh this, first of all, we're seeing waves, which is fine. It's part of the span tags. But as I type my name into these boxes, notice that it immediately reflects that using those interpolation tags. And we are getting feedback immediately. So now our input boxes, our form controls, are now wired up to our application. But we're going to go a little bit further. I am actually going to now do something with the button. So let's go back down to where the button is. I'm going to use these pair of, it's a colon. It stands in for another directive called vbind. So I'm going to vbind my button. I'm going to use a disabled directive there, and I'm going to point it to a function is disabled, which I have not written as yet, but we are going to write it soon. I'm going to save those changes, and back over in my scripts.js file, I'm going to continue my application at the moment. You can consider it an app, you can consider it a component. Let's continue working with this now by using a comma there. I can insert another name value pair, which happens to be a computed name value pair. So what am I going to compute? Well, I'm going to compute the fact that, first of all, display or declare my disabled function. It is a function, so we need parentheses, and we also need these curly braces. But within that curly brace is where I'm going to write an if structure. It's an if structure, so it has parentheses, it has curly braces, and within those if structures, I'm going to test two different things with the or in between them. What am I testing? Well, I'm testing the emp weight data structure that I have to check to see that the value inside, remember emp weight is a numeric value, that's why I can do this. I'm checking to make sure that it's less than 20 because I don't expect anyone in my office to be less than 20 kilograms. I'm also going to check this .emp name, the length of that, to make sure that it is, well, more than 2 characters. So once both of these data items are satisfied, then I can go ahead and return true. In other words, if any of these are violated, I'm going to return true, meaning go ahead and disable that button. Otherwise, I am going to simply return false, meaning do not disable the button. I'm going to save all of this. We'll refresh the browser screen. Notice that the button is now disabled until I start typing in something. So AXLE is more than 2 characters. And my weight, if I do just 19, notice nothing happens. But if I do something like 88, notice that now my button is disabled and I can submit that button, submit the form. So it is very easy to get started with binding, and you can use those fields, the value in those fields, to do other things like, for example, in this case, disable the button. In this demonstration, I'm going to use Vue.js to access an API and download some data and display that data in my HTML doc. What we have on the left side of your screen is an HTML application that I started building with Vue.js installed. On the right side of your screen, you will see a Mozilla browser. It's rendering any changes I make to the HTML or the Vue code. Let's take a look at the teamweights.html file, which is what I'll be using to display the data in this space here on the right side of your screen. So we've already got our script tags in the HTML doc, and lower down towards the bottom, you'll see on line 50 I have a link to my scripts.js file, which I'll be using to write the Vue code. Now, For this particular task, we do need some helper files. In fact, it's a helper library. So I can access that library via a CDN. So just before my closing head tag, I'm going to insert a couple of script tags there. And the source, I'm going to point to that particular CDN. It's called view resource. That's the library that I need. I'm going to save that change. But over in my scripts.js file, where I've already started building this app, and you may have remembered this particular app from other videos in the series, I'm going to continue using that app on line 4. And in fact, well, before I use that app, I need to sort of import the service or let the app know that there's a other service that I need. So let's go ahead and include that now. Right above line 4, I am going to use the view as an object, so it's uppercase, and the use method, right? I'll pass to that use method view resource. This means that I now have access to all of the features of that particular library. Now, in this demonstration, I am going to that external API, getting the data, so I need somewhere to put that data. Now remember, we had, from previous videos, we started building this data structure starting on line 7. So I could just continue that because it is data that I'm using. So emp weight happens to be the last data point. I can put a comma there and move on to line number 11, where I've just included another variable, some kind of a bucket to hold that data. So it's actually, what I have returned to me is actually a JSON object, which I can turn into an array. So I'll indicate that with the double brackets there. Now, once I get the data into this all weights array, I'm going to have to iterate over that array. Now, obviously, I'm going to use a directive, v4 in this case. But when I use that v4, it's going to need another view, let's call it a property, a view property, for me to identify the various or the individual pieces of that array. So I'm going to go ahead and insert that here now. So I'll just call it emp, and it's going to be empty for now. Now I'll save all of these changes, and I'm going to switch back over to my teammates.html, and I'll start preparing this document to be able to work with that data that I'm going to be getting shortly. Now, if you remember, we do have an application called app, and that needs to go, or, well, it needs to sort of wrap around wherever that app is going to be used in this area here. So if you notice, I have an h2 tag with some kind of heading, what you're seeing on the right side of your screen. So I need to fill up this space here with the data that I'm getting via an array. So I'm going to make main the place where I use my ID attribute, and I'm going to pass app in there so my application knows that I'm using this part of the document. Now, I am going to use lines 28 and 29, this pair of div tags here. I'm going to use that to iterate over the data that I'm going to be receiving in the future. So remember, I talked about v4, it's another directive. So I'm going to use that here, and I'm going to, again, use the variable that I created, that's property, and I'm going to use that to iterate over all weights. Remember, once I get the data, it's going to be stored in all weights. Now that I have this statement here, I could now use emp. So again, I'm going to be using those interpolation characters, mustache characters, the double or two pairs of curly braces. I can put them side to side because I have two pieces of data. Then I can create some kind of a sentence. And therefore, that gives me the ability now to use that emp, but not just emp. I can now access the individual pieces of emp. So one is emp name and the other is emp weight. So I think I'll save the document, the HTML doc, for now. I'll go back over to my scripts file, and now we will continue building our scripts. So far, we have this first name value pair, a second, a third, a fourth. We're going to start a fifth one now. So I'm going to actually start it all the way down here at line 25, and this is the methods name value pair. So it is a place where we can insert functions. So a method obviously is a name value pair, but the name part of it can be further subdivided or further given another structure. So here I can use getData as a function. That function will have parentheses and a function body. So basically, it's within this get data is where I'm going to be writing my code to access that API. Now, when you work inside of an application like this, you do tend to use the keyword of this quite a lot because we have to verify that exactly which variable we're working with, which property. So I can say this.http. Now that $HTTP is the service that I just inserted using view resource. I can access now that HTTP service, and it has a method called get. All I need to do now is pass to get the address of where that API is. And if you've seen any of my other videos, you know that I do have something running at localhost 8000. It's a Node application that I wrote, and I can access the APIs at that location. Let's go ahead now and let the HTTP service on line 28 will return a promise. So we have to deal with that promise using a then method. As you might imagine, that HTTP service on line 28 will respond with some kind of a response. That in itself can be passed using a function to a function body, and it's inside of that function body. Again, I'm going to use this property to get all of the all weights, or to access the all weights array that's on line 11. And I can pass to that the response, but not just response. I'm going to pass the data part of that response. I'm going to save these changes, and let's refresh the browser to see if it works. And it actually does work. It has returned all of the data that is found at that particular endpoint. In this demonstration, I'm going to work with an application that I created before using Vue.js, and that application had actually gone out to an API, returned with some data, and we displayed that data on the HTML doc. What we're looking at on the screen is that actual file. It's called teamweights.html. It is part of a bigger application, and that code is being shown in the Atom editor. On the right side of your screen is a Mozilla browser rendering any changes I make to that HTML file, as well as the accompanying JavaScript file. So just to give us some perspective, the teamweights itself does have all of the resources, our CDNs, various CDNs, and way down at the bottom on line 53, we are connecting up to our local scripts.js file, which contains the code that we're going to be changing. But in the middle of that page, around between actually lines 28 and 30, that's the portion of code that was rendering what you see on the browser at the moment. We were returning all of the elements of all weights. Now, what we're going to do is turn our code. Let's go back to the scripts file here for a second. We had an app, and within that app, we had all of the code that we needed in order to write this application. I'm going to change that up a little bit. Now, components are supposed to be able to go anywhere on a web page, and they allow you to build a web page based on these components. So one of the major features of components is the data portion of it. If you're going to be using components, then we can't use the data as it is in this structure as it is at the moment. We have to change that. We have to return the data as a function. And the reason for that is because if you were to use the component in several different places, you're going to get the same data. So to prevent that, what we do is we change our data to be a function. So on line number 7, I'm inserting the function keyword, which has parameters. That function also has a function body, but we are going to return the stuff that you're seeing there right now between lines 9 and 13. So I'm going to return using curly braces, and I'm going to cut everything that I had before, so between lines 11 and 15, and I'm going to paste it in between that return statement. So now our data is now operating as a function. I'll save these changes, and notice when I refresh the browser, nothing changes on the page. It's simply a different way to return the data. But I'm trying to build a component here, so let's go all the way down to the bottom of our document as it is, our script files, and let us insert using the Vue. Remember, I inserted the Vue resource, and also we had the original Vue library as a class. So let's use that and the component method of that to build our component. So the first thing the component method is going to require is the name of your component. And I'm going to use docs to represent the documents that are inside of that MongoDB database, which is the data you're seeing on the right side of your screen right now. So docs is the name of my component, and this component also requires a second structure, a JavaScript object, and inside of that object is where I am going to cut all of the previous code and paste it in here. So let's cut everything from inside of our app, and we are going to paste it in between those curly braces, and we will remove the comma from app, and so now we have our component starting on line 9, but the existing app is on line 5. Now, previously I had showed you on the template HTML we had used a pair of divs, and we were using a v4, and we were iterating over all of the array called all weights. So we have to now write a template that I'm basically going to cut all of this code from and put it into that template. So over here in my scripts.js file, I am going to create a template. So I think somewhere around line 22, let's include the word template there. It's another name value pair, but I'm using backticks here because I want to use some of the variables from this particular file. So things like all weights. So that's why I'm using backticks here, templated strings. So let's insert now the code from teamweights.html. That's the exact same code that I had over there. I'm just going to push it over a little bit, and I'm actually going to go back into my teamweights.html file, and I'm going to remove that code. Now, I remove the original HTML code. I am going to now replace that with docs. Remember, that's the name of our component. So docs will now represent the code that I have in that template. I'm going to save that change on Teamweights, and I don't think we need to touch this file anymore. So back over here on scripts.js file, what I want to do here now is, let's see, I'm going to remove the app from line 5 and put it down at the bottom so that the component comes before app. I'm going to save all these changes. Now, that's quite a lot of changes there. So let's refresh our page and see if anything happens. Of course, the application is going to break. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll hit F12 on the keyboard just to show you what's happening here. So if I hit F12, notice the warning. It says, let's go all the way up here. Basically, you're not able to use the v4 because it returns multiple elements, and our code cannot return multiple elements. So we need to fix that. So back over in my scripts.js file, what I'm going to do is, in my template, I'm going to insert a pair of div tags or wrapper tags, because the v4 as it is will return multiple div tags, and we can't have that. So if I wrap up everything inside of a pair of parent div tags, then I think we should be okay. So I just save those changes. If I refresh the browser screen, notice that the code is back, except that we are now using a component instead of the original application. In this demonstration, we are going to use nodes npm to install the Vue.js CLI. Then we will use that CLI to create a boilerplate application. What I have on the screen is my terminal window. I'm running inside of an Ubuntu 18 OS. On the right side of your screen is a Mozilla browser that will reflect the application once it is built. So, what's the command then to enter or to install the CLI? Well, it's actually very simple. It is sudo npm install -g if you want to do this globally. And then the actual command itself is ampersand, VUE, and then /, and then CLI. So that entire statement, sudo npm install -g ampersand view / CLI, is the entire command that you're going to be typing in order to install the CLI. So I'll hit the enter key here. It'll ask me for my password, and it will go ahead and install the CLI for me. Now it does take a while, so I will pause the video while the installation is being done, and I'll come back once the installation is complete. Now that the application is complete, I will first of all cd into the folder, the directory where I want to actually build my application. So I've entered in the command to do that, and I'll hit the enter key, which will take me to that folder. And once I'm in that folder, I'm going to run the command to start up or to build an application. That's the CLI that we just installed, the Vue.js CLI. I'll use that now. Once again, it is a very simple command. It is vue create and then the name of your application. In my case, I'm calling it skills. I'll hit the enter key and it will install or build that application for me. But before it does that, it does ask a couple of questions. And a preset, of course, is something that I would have done before, like exactly the steps that I'm going through now. I could save that as a preset and then run that again. In this case here, I'm going to choose default because I don't have a preset. And I'm not going to go with the manual as yet because default is just enough to build a boilerplate application. So I'll hit the enter key there and it will, of course, build that application for me. Now it does take some time to build an application, so I will pause the video while this is being done. Now that the application has been built, then they will actually provide you with some commands that you can run to start up your application. So as you can see, we will first of all have to cd into the folder that it would have created. So cd skills would get me into that folder. And then all I really need to do now is run npm run serve. And you can see those two commands right above the warning sign there. Now, once I hit the enter key here, it will, of course, start up the application. And it doesn't take very long to start the application. But once it does, I will get a URL that I can go to. So in my browser on the right side of your screen, I can now go to localhost 80. And there we see a boilerplate application, a Vue.js application. Now, what kind of files did it give me? For that, I'm going to jump into my file system on Ubuntu. There's the skills folder. I'll jump in there real quick, and I'm going to choose type on Ubuntu so that I can reorder my folders. And I'll just open up any of these files in the Atom editor so that we can take a look at the files themselves. So for example, the package.json file. It is quite complex, but we don't need to worry about that. What we do want to look at is the main.js file that kind of looks like some of the other applications that we were building before. It's using the new Vue from the Vue classes and things like that. Also, we want to take a look at index.html, which is in the public folder. So basically, the public folder and the source folder, these are the main folders that you'll be working with. So inside of index.html, there is one div tag on line 14. You'll notice that it has an ID of app, which means that this is the HTML element that our application will be attached to. So basically, this pair of div tags here on line 14 acts like a container. So everything else will be in between here. Let's take a look now at Hello World. This is the actual HTML that you're seeing on the right side of your screen in the browser. So for example, I might want to get rid of some of this stuff here. So all the way down here. Now, once I hit Control S, notice that we have hot reloading. So the page just refreshed on its own. And what I ended up with was just some simple text here. But I do have a pair of template tags, which is absolutely necessary for any component, because that's what this is. If you notice, we're inside of the components folder. So this is the only requisite for building components. You must have a pair of template tags. You don't need script tags. You don't need style or anything like that. But again, what this does is that it encapsulates everything that you need for your component. So when you decide in the future to go ahead and start building components, then you have everything that you need, all of the functionality, all of the styling, and definitely all of the HTML that you're going to be needing. So this is the beginning then of how you would start building your Vue applications using the CLI. In this demonstration, I am going to use an existing Angular project, but add the Bootstrap classes to it. What I have on the screen is my terminal window pointed at the folder where I wanted to create that application. And I have just created that application. And in a previous video that I've done in this series, you would have seen me create an application. So at this point, I can just cd into that application or the folder where that application is located, and that is the application folder there. I'm going to go back into my file system now. I'm on Ubuntu. And there in the folder that I just showed you via the terminal window, there's a skills folder within it. I'm going to go into it using my file system on Ubuntu. And I'm just going to rearrange the folders a bit. So where at the top bar, there's name, size, and modified, I'm going to right click on that area up there. And I'm going to choose type and click on type once it shows up in that navigation bar. And now my folders have been rearranged. I'm going to first of all open up the angular.json file in my Atom editor. So it's just a matter of right clicking on that file and choosing your favorite editor. In my case, it is Atom. So there's my angular.json file. And other than that, I wanted to show you the node modules. So if I click on the arrow that is pointing towards my node modules, it's kind of grayed out right now. That entire thing will open up. And I can scroll down a bit to the B area here. And as you can see, there's no Bootstrap. There's Bonjour, and then there's Brace expansion, but there's no Bootstrap. It should be in between these two folders here. So let's install Bootstrap now. Well, actually, before we install the Bootstrap package, back over in my angular.js file, I wanted to show you that for all the configuration that is inside of this file, on line 25, there's the Stylus configuration. So again, it's a name value pair, but the value is an array of, so obviously we can insert as many different styles as we wish. But right now there's nothing here, but this will change in a moment. Okay, let's head back over to that terminal window and let's install Bootstrap by using npm install -- save and then Bootstrap. I'll hit the enter key and the package will be installed for me. Now, while this package is being installed, take a look at my Atom. So again, between Bonjour and Brace expansion, once the package is installed, we should see Bootstrap there, and there it is right now. Great, so I don't need the terminal window anymore. I'm going to jump back into my editor. And let's take a look at that Bootstrap folder. If I drill down into it by clicking on the arrow that is facing the folder image, if I continue clicking on that, it will drill down further and further. So within Bootstrap, you can see a number of files and folders. And I'm going to drill down further into the dist folder, which is distribution. There I see CSS and JavaScript. I'm going to drill down into that CSS folder. I'm going to move the column to the left so we can read the stuff that's inside of that CSS folder. The file that I'm interested in is way down at the bottom here. It's bootstrap-min.css. But the reason for showing you this is to show you the hierarchy here where that file is located in terms of the node modules parent folder. I'm going to close all of this up now, and I'm going to go back. Let's see. Let's head over to the styles section in the angular.json file on line 25. There's a styles array there. Because this is the second CSS file I'm going to be using, so I'll have to put a comma after the first CSS file there. I have to put a comma there to indicate that I'm using another CSS file. And I'm going to use the same style, so double quotation marks, and I need to give it the address of where that bootstrap.min.css file is. So if you remember, it is inside of the node modules folder, node modules / and bootstrap / dist /css, and then finally bootstrap.min.css. So now we have our CSS file being accessed in our angular.json file. Let's save those changes. Now that we have that done, I am going to close that up, and inside of my app.component file, I'm going to be using this to insert some Bootstrap code that I get directly from getbootstrap.com that is freely available, and we can use it to make sure that our Bootstrap is working. Now, before I do that, I will spin the application using the command ng serve. That would compile my application as it is and make it available at port 4200. Now, this is going to take a minute or so, but I will, in the meantime, open up my browser. In this case, it is Firefox. And I'm going to wait a minute until that application is finished compiling. And I already have that address in my history. So I see compile successfully in my terminal window. So I'm going to go now to 4200 right there. We should see the boilerplate application. But as you can see, perhaps you remember from the first time that we did this, the text and the entire layout looks a bit different. It has already taken up the CSS classes. But in order to demonstrate how powerful this combination of Bootstrap and Angular is, I'm going to change this file up a bit. Now, over in app.component.html, which is the thing that you're seeing here, which, all that code is being displayed in my browser, I'm going to remove the h2 tag, that is the pair of h2 tags that are on line 8 all the way down to the bottom, so get rid of everything there. And I'm also going to get rid of the image inside of this pair of div tags, the parent div tags. Now that I have that done, what I'll be doing next is simply copying code from that getbootstrap.com website and pasting it in here. Now, the first set of code that I'm going to insert is a container. Again, I'm copying this directly from the getbootstrap.com website. It is part of their layout feature. So there is the container class, and on line 10, well, before we get to line 10, there's a pair of div tags that contain the class of container, and within that I have quite a few more pairs of div tags, and one of them is row. So basically what I'm saying is that this should take up the full width of the browser. But within that div with a class of row, there are 3 individual pairs of div tags, and each of them has a different class. And notice that if you were to add up these numbers, 2 and 2 and 8, you will get 12. So I'm using their 12 column grid. Now I'm also adding the Jumbotron class to the middle pair of div tags where I'm going to be inserting my form. Now before we insert the form, let's save everything and just see what it looks like. So there is what it looks like. Now I'm going to insert that form. So again, I'll copy and paste directly from the website. I'll save those changes. And if we go back now to our application, you will see that form in all its glory. So we have successfully connected Bootstrap to our Angular application. In this exercise, you will add the Bootstrap framework to an existing Angular application. Once you do that, use those Bootstrap classes to perform the following tasks. Add a container to the app.component.html file. Display a horizontal navigation bar within the container from above, from point number 1 above. Then insert a dummy table below the navigation bar. You will get all of these components from the getbootstrap.com website. Now, pause the video, attempt this exercise, and return to the video to see how I would complete this. What we're looking at on the screen right now is my terminal window pointed to a folder where I'm going to create my new application. And on the right side of that screen is a Mozilla browser that will render any changes I make, and once the application starts, it will be reflected here in that browser. So the first thing that I'm going to do is run the command to create my application. It's going to be called skills. I'll hit the enter key at this point after I run the command ng new skills. It'll ask me some questions. I'll go N with the first question and the CSS with the second, and it will install that application for me. Now that the application has been completed, I am going to cd into the skills folder, which is the same name of my application. Now I can type in the command ng serve, hit the enter key, and that should compile the application for me and we should see the new application reflected in our browser window that is on the right side of my terminal window. And now that that is complete, our browser window should refresh. If it does not, we could do it manually, but give it a second here. Okay, let's refresh it, and there is our application. Now we still need to install Bootstrap, so I'll go into my file system on Ubuntu, head into the skills folder that was just recently created for me. I'll right click and open in terminal, and now I can install Bootstrap. The command to do that would be npm install -- save and then Bootstrap. I'll hit the enter key. Bootstrap would be installed for me. Now that it has been installed, I'll close that window as I don't need it anymore. But inside of my skills folder, I am going to open up that Angular JSON file in my Atom editor, and I'm going to scroll down. Well, before I scroll down, let's scroll down into the node modules first, just to make sure that Bootstrap was in fact installed, and there it is. Now, of course, I can navigate into that, into the distribution folder, into CSS, and we are interested in the bootstrap.min.css file. So I'll close this up, and I'm going to go back now into my angular.json file, and I'm going to scroll down to where all of the CSS files are located. Should be right here, and I'll just add the Bootstrap classes right here. It should be node modules / bootstrap / dist for distribution / css / bootstrap again .min.css, and I'll hit save on that. Once that is saved, I will refresh my browser screen, and I notice that the CSS has not taken effect. So perhaps what we should do is kill the application with Control-C and start it up again. Now that the application has successfully compiled a second time, it'll refresh, and notice that it has now taken up the CSS styles. So I'm actually going to be changing this default home page that we get with a boilerplate application. So I'm going to jump into the source. Actually, let's go back into the editor here, go into the source folder, and in the app folder, there should be a file there called app-component.html. I'm going to jump right into that. I'm actually going to delete everything from this file, and what I'll do is I'll paste in here some div tags with the class of container. Again, that's coming from the Bootstrap classes we just installed. Then within this container, I'm going to insert some code that would give me a navigation bar. Again, I'm getting all of this stuff from the getbootstrap.com website. I'll hit Control-S on the keyboard just to see what kind of changes we have so far. And I notice that the page is refreshing, and there's our navigation bar. Now, our next task is to insert a table. But before I do that, I'm going to actually insert some space between our navigation bar and our table, just to show us a little bit of division between the two things. So now I can insert my table here, and that should take care of our tasks for this question. Let's hit Control-S on the keyboard, and there is our navigation bar, and there's a division that I said between the two things, the two components, and lower down is our table. Now, if I were to just drag this across a bit, you will see the navigation bar in all its effects here. So in this way, we have completed the exercise by adding the Bootstrap classes to our default app and inserting a few components from that bunch of classes.